Hello, and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast channel. My name is Jed. How are you going? We have been, we've returned to the Orange Sutra, the book that helps us to understand the root cause of all human problems and what we need to do to understand it and free ourselves from it. Hooray! Worth doing, if anything is worth doing on this planet with our time while we are alive. Now, we read we jumped back in at chapter 6. Once again, we read the first 5 chapters together, and we took a break to read Socrates and Jesus, a Dialogue in Heaven. Masterpiece. Check that out. You'll find the playlist on YouTube. And then we jumped into Is It All Relative, which is a fantastic starting text for philosophy. Because the idea that everything is relative is something we hear a lot nowadays in our culture currently. It's a current milieu belief. It's a zeitgeist of our times. People say it a lot to justify not doing what we are doing. We are engaged in true understanding, learning what real understanding is and how do we master it and benefit from it. But what's the point of understanding if belief is just as true? You can just believe anything, and if everything is relative to personal beliefs and opinions and perspectives, then someone's belief about something is just as legitimate as true understanding. Isn't that the entire Magha movement? Hello, welcome Resilient. Thanks for joining us here today in the chat. So, very common belief. And it's therefore, it's worth understanding to free ourselves from I've got to put my fan on. From being bound by that belief. Because if everything is relative, there's no need for understanding. Which means there's no need for philosophy. Which means there's no personal development. There's no spiritual growth. And so on and so on. All of those other dominoes fall when you venerate belief. So it's a good, and it's a modern setting, and it's a dialogue. It's in a cafe, and it's just brilliant. As you read it, you might recognize, yeah, if I was in this conversation, that's what I would ask. And if I got that answer, I would do what the other guy did as well, and give this counter argument and see what they say to that. It has that sense of inevitability to the conversation that's really awesome when you read it. So, after tackling that, which is the dialogue, and then it has the final section where we explore analogy, one of the activities of understanding. After doing fantastic work in that together, we're jumping back into the philosophical midwifery book, because if it is indeed our purpose to move from the cause of human problems, belief, as a way of functioning, to what's necessary to solve problems and reach our excellence, understanding, to move from belief to understanding, if that's our purpose, you can't do one without the other. You can't master understanding without addressing the blocks and counterattacks that will surface from your beliefs as they seek to maintain themselves and limit your development. That's what makes it a problem. It's not a problem isn't a problem if it stops you from, I don't know, stubbing your toe. That's not a problem. And if you drop your keys, that's not a problem. That's just something unfortunate that happened. A problem is specifically a problem by virtue of the fact it prevents your development of understanding, leading to excellence of understanding itself, which you can then apply to freeing yourself from said problems, understanding the nature of self and reality, leading to the experience of self and reality, and of course applying understanding to that experience to go further into the experience, integrate the experience, and the self isn't an experience. and then even wonder if there's a higher cause beyond the peak experience of reality leading to the self, or the first cause. So, you can't seek your excellence in knowing the self without addressing the blocks that come up. Equally, you can't address the problems that surface in your life without setting a personally meaningful goal that ultimately becomes mastering the logos, mastering understanding, because you won't have what's required to surface the blocks that you need to see, recognize, take notes about, and solve. In other words, if you don't set a meaningful goal, how are you going to surface the blocks to your meaningful goals? So we're jumping back into this text. We're jumping back in from chapter 6 to learn more about the pathologos, the sick beliefs that are about self and reality that are the cause of all human problems, to accompany our work in further development of understanding the logos, the inherent intelligibility of self and reality that we can master and participate in through understanding, master as an art to benefit ourselves, our loved ones, and those who listen and we care about, and benefit from in this life and beyond, to reach our ultimate goals of knowing reality in the self. So that brings us to where we are. Now, let me check in with chat. Been digging into the whole analogy rabbit hole. Asterisk is a transformer. The colons represent the iron core. It's a relation between primary and secondary coils. Oh, okay. So our friend here joined the channel when we were exploring the analogy section of Is It All Relative? And he wanted to find an analogy between the language of analogy itself and analogically compare it to the language that he is more familiar with, which seems to be mechanical engineering. He's trying to find the analogical equivalence, which is what we do. Because what we are learning in true philosophy, philodianoia, the love of understanding, is the logos. Every other system that participates in an understandable system with terms that can be hierarchically arranged and their relationships understood, therefore participates in the standard of intelligibility. In other words, everything we learn about the logos, we can apply to any other intelligible field. Mathematics, geometry, music, and maybe even mechanical engineering. It's that application of the logos to those specific arts that allow us to gain mastery over those specific arts. Help us to see the inherent intelligibility of that thing we are interested in. But not only that, if we recognize that the specific hobby or art or skill or interest that we are in has a connection to the logos itself, and we recognize the logos itself is our human purpose, because the logos allows for the excellence of not an engine in mechanical engineering, but the excellence of the human soul and mind and self, then we can use the art we are more familiar with, or the physical thing that we get people to come and participate in or we work with. We can use that to make analogical connections to the logos so that we can use our skill to benefit people, turning it into an art. It's only an art if it benefits the development of the soul of the subject, not the artist, the subject. That's what it means to be an art for the ancient Greeks, or the true definition of art. So, this activity our friend is engaged in is what we want to do. It allows for the mastery of the specific subject, going down to the mechanical engineering, and it allows for the artful use of that specific subject going up when we do make that connection to the logos, and we can use our activity dialectically to help people learn the logos and explore their the higher ideas, not of what is the best engine, but what is justice, what is beauty, what is truth. All of those ideas that we are here to give birth to in the positive way. But also, that same thing applies to the pathologos. In other words, what we are learning in our reading of true philosophy in the texts that we read from true philosophers, Socrates, Pierre Grimes, Homer, that's pretty much the list. There are others like Proclus, who comments on Socrates' dialogues, Plato, who transcribed the dialogues, but really it's a short list. It's great. Makes it easier. What we learn about the logos and the activity of the logos, the dialectic and analogy, we can also apply one step down to the pathologos, its reflection, in a similar way as we're talking about applying it to mechanical engineering or any skill that you're interested in. And that's what we've been doing. We're seeing how the activity of understanding and solving all human problems follows an inherent structure. It is understandable. Problems follow a structure. They are understandable. Solving them follows a structure. That art is learnable. It's a skill we can master. And what we are discovering is this inherent intelligibility is inherent, meaning it's going to be true for anyone, for always, any culture, any time period, any religion someone grows up in, any family beliefs they grow up in, any political affiliation, any part in history, any time in the future, and maybe any planet, galaxy, or multiverse. This will apply because we are reasoning from reasoning itself. Now we test it by applying it to our specific problems and our specific reading and our specific life and reincarnation. But it is a kind of art that we can master that leads us to, well, understanding the nature of reality, which is the peak experience, which is also the death experience. So understanding what happens when we die so that we can die well. And the joke philosophers make is true philosophy is dying a bunch of times before they finally bury you, because you don't have to wait until you kick the bucket to turn mind around and experience itself as Usia, or the brilliant light of being. But also, that peak experience, the non-physical experience or metaphysical experience of ultimate reality, being itself, that everyone experiences to some degree based on this kind of development, to the level that they have developed the mastery of the logos and applied it to free themselves from the pathologos, to that extent dictates the extent to which you can participate in the brilliant light people experience when they die, which is also intelligence itself, as Socrates points out. If you want to be rational, that's the experience you're after, because that is the experience that gives us our rationality. And as we've been learning, that's also the model of understanding. All of the aspects and elements of understanding exist inherently within the intelligence, mind itself. All of the building blocks that we use when we think. We think in terms of same and different, whole and part, beauty, justice, but we've never seen them as nouns. We only use them as adjectives in our physical world. They exist as nouns in that peak experience. That's the word eidos, the aspects of mind experiencing itself. Now, in the experience, it's a oneness. It's an all-at-once thing. Therefore, we need to learn what we learn here. We need this art of understanding so that we can make sense of that experience properly after the experience. and recognize, well, even though it was a oneness, it existed. It was real. I recognized myself. So there was some reality, some vitality in the experience turning around to know itself. Some recognition, some intelligence. These are all aspects of a singular experience. That's the word eidos, the word that has been terribly, terribly, terribly mistranslated as forms by terrible translators and academic philosophers. The word is not forms. You might see on Instagram or YouTube people saying, Plato thought there was a form of a chair. That is so fucking stupid. First of all, the word form refers to physical things. This is specifically not a physical thing. It's the opposite. It's the aspects of the metaphysical thing. Second, in no place in this experience of pure being are you going to find chairs. That's ridiculous. When you think about something, you do use the aspects. You think, okay, that's other than me. So same and different, this stuffy. As soon as you think, this is a different than me, it's other than myself. So self and other are two ideas. I might only see the front part, but I infer that it is a whole stuffy. So part and whole. It's the same as the other stuffies on my desk. Not they're stuffies, but they're different. It's a beautiful stuffy. So all of these are ideas, but we never say, it's a chair stuffy. I could use this as a chair. No, that doesn't make sense. So when people say Plato had the form of a chair, they are showing their ignorance, which is, not an insult. It's just a wake-up call. Now, read the actual translations, the Balboa translations, recognize the word as eidos, recognize that means aspects of what you behold, and recognize, therefore, that all of our work in the reading that we do is kind of a preparation to focus on these ideas, focus on them in a certain activity called the dialectic, where we not only focus on them for a prolonged length of time, but we understand them, we hold a question about them, and we use what we learn from the text to build an understanding. That's the activity of the dialectic. So, sustained focus on an aspect of being with an open and curious state of mind, using the full extent of our mind in understanding, using not our personal opinions, which keep us tied to ignorance, but the aspects from the text of understanding. That is formally the conditions for meditation. If you look at any other meditative practice or yoga, you will see one or two aspects of that list. True philosophy, philodianoia, involving the activity of the dialectic, is therefore the paradigm or model of all spirituality. Which means we could rank all the other ones in terms of how well they participate in the model. But not only can it facilitate the direct experience, we have to, once again, use our understanding to reflect on that experience and recognize its aspects, recognize it's understandable. That's the mind logos, the inherent logos of mind itself. In the chat, it's a thermodynamic thing. The problem is, as you say, the billiard ball mentality. Eidos aspects other than forms. Now that's a fantastic point. Now, to address the chatter, if that's our activity, let's draw it on the board so we can understand what we're talking about. If that's our purpose, where's my pen? Eidos, not eidos. I'm with you, yep. If that's our purpose, to perfect understanding which we can do through time. Which we can then use to, which we have to at the same time use to purify our false beliefs that block this, and are also themselves the cause of our image thinking. Right? Racist people with racist beliefs carry racist images that they project, image thinking that we project onto reality. Which is what we're doing here. This is the book. That's why we have to read this orange book. We have to read the other texts by Pierre Grimes and the Balboa translations of Socrates with the correct translations to do this other, to do the understanding, so that we can, as the model of yoga, which means to join, we can join with being or mind itself, experienced as the brilliant light of pure being. But we also have to use understanding to reflect on that experience again. Reflection, ousia. That's our capacity for self-reflection. Another reason why we read the Balboa translation, because you don't get the word ousia in any other translation, but it's fundamental because it's the two things we have. As human beings, we have ousia, which is the capacity for self-reflection, to reflect on our own thinking. And we also have the ability to do that self-reflection rationally through language. That's the logos. It's logos and ousia that are the A and B buttons of being a human being in this game. It's language, reason, and so many other things. Indeed, people reify inferences. It's all detector clicks, prime numbers, spikes, but people underweight the negative space that gives rise to them. Yes, we're looking at so one way to get into this game is realizing, hang on a second, what we experience in the physical world. So we can say, this is the realm of the physical world. We can observe things and label them and name them, call them beautiful and just or whole and part or specific, give them specific names. But we want to go, hang on a second, if there's a beautiful thing over there and a beautiful thing over here, what is beauty itself that they both participate in? If that's an injustice over there and an injustice over there, then injustice isn't in the thing, but it's some higher idea. If there are holes and parts and sames and differences, what are the things themselves that are the causes or preconditions for them to exist as adjectives or descriptors in the physical world? In the Phaedo, Socrates says this is what got him into philosophy, true philosophy. Where's beauty itself? You ever seen it down at the store? Ever taken a class in beauty? Then how does every single human being, even the biggest doofuses that see a hot chick, say, oh, beautiful? How do they see it? And why does it turn our attention straight away, whether you like it or not? So, that's can get you into it. Indeed. And that's the category all along. Physics places thermodynamics as secondary when it should be studied as primary. Physics has become a religion in itself. Right. So, we can see three activities here of understanding. One, its perfection to reach, which culminates in the direct experience of the non-physical realm of being, which is eternal. So that's what we can represent as gods, which is not literal. They're not literal gods, but the aspects of this experience of pure being, we can remember and talk about with myths that represent them, hey, not as beauty itself, but Aphrodite. Not the dialectic, but Hermes. So that's what theology is. A mythological representation of this experience that we, number two, use understanding to reflect on and understand. So that would be metaphysics. And if you want to tell a story, that's theology. We have to, at the same time, use our understanding to understand the blocks that will arise in this process. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing today. That's why we read the Orange Book. We're understanding the nature of false beliefs and the images and functioning of false beliefs, so we can not be a slave to it and be stuck in the repeating cycle of problems that we are all in. Some say this is our most important human activity, to free ourselves from our false images and false beliefs. False images and beliefs about two certain things, self and reality. If being, another word for being is reality. So add that to the list. Reality. When we say reality, we usually mean this. Where's the self? What's having that experience? Or if there is an inherent intelligibility and existence of this, which happens to be the model of the physical world and is creating the physical world and all the conditions for the physical world and the evolution of life within the physical world, the evolution of the universe towards some goal, keeping all of those conditions alive every moment, sustaining it, what's the cause of that model? So the third activity of understanding, so the second activity is to understand it, to allow us to experience it in greater depth. It's the same experience, but you can experience it in greater depth. Integrate that. It's the model of beauty itself. It's the model of justice itself. If you want to do beautiful things or act in a just way, it's the standard for anyone who seeks any political leadership. That's about justice. Working in the justice fields, to be a judge or whatever, you probably want to know about justice. Currently, we allow politicians and religious officials and capitalists and some others as well to not have any qualification. It's just their beliefs. It's just Elon Musk's beliefs. It's just Donald Trump's belief. It's just Pope Bill's beliefs. And whenever we allow beliefs, which are down here, to rule, we see death and destruction sweep across the land. We see suffering, injustice, and the cause of all human problems. This would be the actual model that we need to demand as the standard for qualification. Hey, you can't be a doctor unless you have some sort of idea of the healthy body. You can't be a mechanic unless you have some idea of the properly functioning engine. You can't be a politician or spiritual official or anyone in charge of human souls without that. So that's our second activity. Perfection of that, which allows for us to integrate it as the model and our standard, but also to experience it in greater depth. But then our fourth activity is to reflect on it and ask the same questions that woke us up to true philosophy. Hey, all these adjectives, where do they exist? Beauty and justice. But hang on a second. Aren't we using adjectives to describe beauty itself, justice itself, whole itself, part itself? What's the key word that we're using? And by the way, all of these eidos, not forms, that exist together as a oneness, oneness is an adjective relating to what? And if there is a inherent understandability or logos, mind logos, so we've got a bunch of adjectives we're using. Hey, if it's our goodness, if it's what we're after, if it's the model of everything good, goodness is one of the eidos. If it's reality, another word of saying that, it's the truth of reality. So we've got a bunch of words. Oneness, goodness, truth, beauty, it's logos, saying it's the mind logos. Beauty itself, justice itself, using that word self. So in other words, we can ask the question, for there to be oneness, what is the cause or conditions for that? One. Beauty itself, what's self? What's experiencing the greatest experience? So the same kind of reflection that we used to raise our intelligence and focus on intelligence, we then applied to that experience. And the fourth activity of understanding to reach our ultimate goal, the one self, the good self, the true self, and its inherent self-logos. So that's a description of true philosophy and our purpose as human beings, which we need to do because what we are currently learning about is human problems, which is this, but it's distortion. Down here in our human problems, we have a false image of self and reality. As a belief, as the cause of our problems. So in other words, we could draw a line. So let's so look at this list. We're going to move it over here, make it a bit more simple. So we've got one, the one self. Then we've got two, reality or being or mind. Let's say mind. Mind itself. Three, understanding. Then we had our four, our beliefs. IEFs. And then five, the shapes and colors that we project. Heard that expression? Some people are so stupid they only think in shapes and colors. Brown person, bad, terrorist. Woman shape, bad. Right? That's what fascists think usually. Nazis. Heterophobic, closeted gay people who become Nazis and Republicans and right-wingers and seek to harm those that they fear. Women shapes, brown skin colors. That's literally the most ignorant and sick and harmful people of our species that have literally all the power currently, which is why our species is exactly. Now, one our chatter says one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. What we want to do is understand who is actually fighting for freedom and who is actually the terrorist. So believers will have words that vilify understanding. You're not a good person better than me solving human problems. You are a woke. You are a terrorist. You are a heathen. You are a anti-Semitic. You are a goyim. You are a infidel. There's always a word that believers have within their belief group that villainizes the better people who challenge their ignorance and harm. Image thinking, those shapes and colors people project via their beliefs. So we can also draw lines here, can't we? We can say, well, hang on a second. Beliefs and image thinking that's the physical world. Our physical senses. Our imitation. We learn through imitation. Or the world of becoming. Everything is in change. Becoming. Up here, reality itself and understanding, which is derived from it, the metaphysical. World. Or being. That helps us to understand the significance of our goal to know the self, because it's not an experience. It would be, therefore, the cause and conditions for experience, making understanding, philodianoia, love of understanding, this kind of understanding, dianoia is the word for understanding itself, as the necessary model of all spirituality. If your spirituality is based on beliefs, you only have problems. Here we have the source of ignorance and our various problems. Sadism, death, destruction, torture, abuse, all our problems, injustice, problems. You can't have a spiritual tradition based on belief. All you are doing is creating problems, death, and destruction. Tell your friends. Of course, they will likely react negatively. It's easy to say, well, those Jewish beliefs involved in a genocide, they're bad. They think they're the chosen people and we're goyim. That's fucking terrible. And those Christians that try to bring Armageddon, that's fucking terrible. But they are extremists. Surely there are some religious views that are okay. Mine? Nope. Integrity is realizing that you are not the exception with the special chosen beliefs. Literally, that's the problem of beliefs. My family beliefs are chosen. We are the special ones. If that's the nature of the pathologos that we are learning, our family beliefs that bind us together are the actual true ones. Everyone else's family is fucked. Isn't that exactly what every religion says? We get to go to heaven. We get to rule the world. Blah, blah, blah. Isn't that the exact ethos behind every tyranny? MAGA. It's not religious. It manipulates the religious beliefs of others, which is a manipulation of the pathologos family beliefs. But it says we are the chosen group. We get to do corruption. We don't have to follow the law. We get to Epstein Island people. We get to put people we don't like in concentration camps. But not you, because you're a liberal. You're a woke extreme left. Capitalism. We get to treat the world like a holiday resort. But you have to not have... We get to have all the houses. You get 0 houses. Capitalism. Isn't that the exact same ethos? Our personal beliefs are special. That's ignorance. its beliefs itself. Yes, projection, imitation, monkey see, monkey do. Same can be said for language. How do we define any word? Using the language. So what we are doing is we're not looking to the physical world to gain our language. The language of the logos we are seeing is inherent to thought itself. Nothing we have said today about the meaning of life, the stages of cognitive development, the source of all human problems and ignorance, comes from the physical world of imitation. At no point did we say, hey, this is the model of beauty and excellence because here is a physical society based on it. I don't know if there has ever been one. And if there has been one, we don't care. This is true regardless of how it's being used in the physical world of ignorance and problems. We're learning the essence of language itself. Hey, if you're an alien species, a million light years away, a million years in the future, would you one day hold one rock and put it together with another rock and say, ooh, 2 rocks? That's not an imitation. That's a discovery of the logos, what is inherent. Logos is inherent. In order to say that, would you say, oh, 1 and 1 is 2? What we are seeing is, what's the conditions for that? Well, you have to say, there is something the same about these rocks. If one was this rock and one was a stick, you wouldn't say they are 2 rocks. There is something the same about these rocks, so we need the idea of same. But they can't be exactly the same, otherwise there would just be one rock. So we need difference as well. Those different rocks are themselves parts in this group that you are calling 2. When you say 2, you are referring to the whole of that group. See? The logos. What is inherent to thought itself? Now, what's interesting is we can say, look, the one self we can, that's our goal. But even if, in our chatter, even if you manage to translate alien language in the first place, you still run into the Darmok problem. Can you say more about that while I turn on my fan? Right, so yes, so they might have a different utterance. Darmok problem relates to Star Wars episode studied in academia. In short, the language translated into English is fine, but still unintelligible because it was a language of metaphor. It required dereferencing the shared stories that it replied on. Oh, sure. Yeah. But we're talking about the, for metaphor to exist. What is metaphor? Hey, you know how a king has subjects? We could say, hey, those subjects aren't being treated very well. Those subjects are like sheep. So we're saying there is an underlying analogy. Shepherd is to sheep is similar to the king is to his subjects. Now, I think the problem you're talking about is, well, they might not have sheep. They might have gleepglorps. And they won't have shepherds that have gleepglorpists who tend to the gleepglorps. Sure, okay, fine. To fill in the specific content, but hey, for them to have metaphor, what's that mean? That means there is a likeness. There is something like how a shepherd treats his sheep or a gleepglorpist treats his gleepglorps. We need the idea of likeness. Likeness means there is something the same about this relationship, king to subjects or shepherds to sheep, but not identical, so there's sameness and difference. See, once again, Sameness, difference, like, unlike, whole and part. It infers mastership. There is something inherent to reality that there are those that have a further developed skill, that have a job to care for those under their care. The mechanic should fix your engine. When a mechanic doesn't fix your engine, but destroys it so you have to pay him more money, that's corruption. So all of these things are primary. Now, the same thing could be said about the pathologos. What we are learning is the nature of all human problems. Sure, but your specific version of your false beliefs about self and reality that causes your images that you project onto the world are different. You might be sexist, my family might be racist. So you're right, to the way we populate the structure is unique. That's why everyone is meaningful, everyone is important. True justice isn't killing people we don't like, that's what believers do. Because they lack the understanding to understand how to fucking solve problems. That's why death camps, genocide, wealth inequality, all of the problems we are facing as a human species is nothing other than not understanding these 5 steps of cognitive development. Believers kill. As we saw, the activity of understanding, number 3, is to get these people who want to kill all the Jews or kill all the Palestinians or kill all the poor people or kill all the humans or the tech bros, and sit them down and say, what specific analogies, what specific metaphors, what specifically populates your sick beliefs that are causing these unjust, anti-life, anti-human, anti-natural law actions? That's our job. That's our purpose as a species. To learn this, institute the standard for rulership being actual fucking qualification, knowing the excellence and the ideal and the model of the human soul, and setting up societal conditions to facilitate that. Universal principles, universally applied to meet universal needs, to free us to do our universal purpose, this, so that we can universally benefit and discover our greater role within an extended universe. That's our purpose, but we can't do that without doing this, reading this book. This is why we're doing this book. When we say, hey, everyone should get a house, there will be some people with sick beliefs that say, fuck that, I want to have all the houses, I would rather me have 100,000 houses and 100,000 people die on the street than everyone get a house. I would rather genocide the Palestinians than everyone have human rights. I would rather everyone have wealth equality. No, I would rather me scam, says Donald Trump, everyone for billions of dollars than everyone have universal health equality. I would rather only the rich get access to healthcare and healthy food than universal healthcare and universal access to food. We will surface as a human race all of the sick beliefs that we are supposed to surface and learn from, and you can't do good without addressing the bad. That's also a metaphor for what we are really doing, our soul. It may be that no one listens to this channel and those people who participate in this channel and say, hey, fuck you, I would rather be ignorant, and the human, the inevitability of this is human extinction. But that doesn't matter. We can still do this for ourselves. The point is, as we seek this excellence as individuals, we will surface those same counterattacks of our beliefs saying, don't do this, don't tune into this stream, this guy is too cool and handsome, he's intimidating. I imagine what you're saying.
Slay the puss.
Well, you probably, hang on.
Every smoothie has bananas.
Okay, I'm not about banana smoothies. Every banana, every smoothie? Is that not every smoothie?
You sick fuck.
Oh, okay, maybe. Okay. They will, your false belief saying, I'm not good enough. Myself isn't good enough. Reality isn't reachable in this way. Understanding isn't capable. There's our 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We have to surface them and address them in order to go through it. A metaphor, says our friend in chat, is analogy. Yes, exactly. It's analogy. A metaphor would be to make the links. So you can say, hey, a king is to his subjects as a shepherd is to sheep. When you jump across, you're making it a metaphor or a simile. In other words, you swap these terms. Hey, all you MAGA people are sheep, metaphor. Your king, Donald Trump, is more like a shepherd leading you to slaughter. Analogy. Like or as. But yeah, there's an analogy behind it. Yeah. Which is important because we want to go from beliefs. Should probably write this more legibly. Beliefs are to image thinking. In other words, the sources of our image thinking that we project. Hey, extended analogy. Extended analogy means you can add another term. So beliefs are to its functioning, image thinking, as to its result, our problems, that's what we can see, that's what we're more familiar with, because we see it, all we have to do is reflect on human problems and we can see this. But we want to move to a higher cognitive function. Hey, what's the activity that we are supposed to be learning? Understanding. Dianoia. Because it's not understanding music, it's understanding itself. So we'll say capital U, understanding. Hey, if beliefs are the source of image thinking, what's the source of the activity of understanding? Oh, that experience of being. See? Reality is the source of understanding as beliefs are to image thinking. We can use analogy to arrange what we can see to understand human problems, but also infer what we've yet to see. Because we need to cross this line. So we can understand more about where we're heading. But hang on a second. What's the cognitive function of directly apprehending being? In Greek, it's called nous. But we don't have that word in English, so sometimes we use the word knowledge with a capital K. So the famous quote from Socrates is, I am wiser than these other jabronis. Now, this is another mistranslation. Your grandma...
Because woman.
Yeah, because old woman. Your grandma might share on Facebook that she is really wise because Socrates says, he is the wisest because he knows nothing. And I'm also stupid, so I'm as wise as Socrates. Obviously, that's bullshit. It's one of the most misquoted quotes of all time. What Socrates says is, I am wiser than these idiots. No, I didn't say idiots. I am wiser than these others by this trifle. What I don't know, I don't think I know. In other words, he knows the difference between what people claim as knowing, their beliefs and images, and what is actually knowable. He knows what knowledge is. By knowing what knowledge is, he's not going to make the mistake that bad people and unjust people make by saying, well, my personal beliefs and opinions and prejudices, that's knowing. I should be president. I should be billionaire. I should be imam, rabbi, guru. Well, guru has a specific meaning. Preacher, minister, pope. You don't have knowing, pal. And Socrates recognized that, and that simple distinction, which we can represent in this analogy, as is what the actual quote was. As beliefs are to image thinking as its activity, as to the cause of all human problems, so too, nous or knowledge is to dianoia understanding as to our excellence. So that's how we can use analogy to understand our purpose and the spiritual journey. Now, all this was in service of what our friend in chat commented a while ago. This is the difficulty with materialism. In other words, what we have understood is that we will get problems. That's part of the human game. If our job is to master the art of understanding, that can only be completed by these 4 parts. Understanding what is true, number 1. Further development of understanding of that experience after you've experienced it, number 2. Understanding, now that you have gained the model of truth being and the model of just activity or human excellence, you can compare it to its distortion, beliefs, and image thinking. That's philosophical midwifery. That's the book we're reading now. We're doing number 3 right now. That's the book that we're in, the Orange Sutra. To purify what's false, but also the activity of understanding to reflect on that peak experience and realize it must have a cause as well. So we don't guilt or blame or shame people for having problems and making mistakes. We want people to make mistakes. We want to surface problems, but not listen to them as though they're real. When the problems come up and say you suck, you are a small bean, you are a bad noodle, that ain't true. Why? Because that's just beliefs. You don't know the self yet. So how can you say that you suck? You don't know reality yet. So how can you say the world is a dog-eat-dog place, or the world is cruel, or God is mean, or God is cruel? You don't know that. True theology is a mythological a metaphors, analogies about mind. So you don't know what God is. And I'm stupid. I can't reach the truth of reality and self. Well, you don't know what understanding is yet. In other words, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3! What we do here is learn a mastery of 1, 2, 3. Anything else that you are carrying until you've mastered true philosophy is not going to be true. It will only be a belief. So any thought about yourself sucking, reality sucking, or this activity of understanding being a waste of time will surface to block you, but is by definition untrue. In other words, we get beliefs as part of being raised in a family, but it's not something to be ashamed about. It's something to surface, not listen to, not literally, but analogously. Once again, analogy. When there's a voice saying that you suck, and that equals truth, There's a voice that's saying, there's a voice that says, you suck. And you should listen. You should listen because it's wise or it's knowing. That's a knowing voice. That voice has controlled your soul and life, your whole life, or since childhood. But if you recognize it can't be true because it's not philosophy, it ain't no philosopher who said that, and the more you learn philosophy, the more you learn the opposite. The one self is the highest possible idea of excellence, beyond even God. The highest idea of God, or is your own mind, that is the eternal reality. And the highest activity is literally your purpose, understanding. So not only can it not be true, it isn't true. But if you look at it analogously, what is this idea of knowing analogous to in your beliefs from childhood? Who appeared that way? It's not literal, it's an analogy about what's false. That allows us, that's the activity that we are engaged in here. No longer listening to ignorance that keeps us bound to our problems or fate, our suffering, our ignorance, our problems, our suffering, and our fate, but looking for the themes, the images, the states of mind, so that we can use the dialectic to approach them analogously. So dialectic use a series of questions and answers to unpack them analogically. What is it actually telling us about? So that we can make the progress crossing the green line and then ultimately crossing the blue line. So that's our purpose. In the chat, the idealistic wouldn't want to be president. You upset the status quo, you get embarrassed by the overarching system pretty quickly. Everyone is optimizing for local benefit. If you stand your ground, you're pushed into the jade trap. And you don't jade a narcissist. Jade? It's jade in capital letters. Individually, people may be decent, but everyone's just doing their job. Right, so there are difficulties in how we make the case to those who do apprehend the model of reality and the ideal human soul and say, hey, listen, justify, argue, explain, defend. Okay. Right, yeah, so what we do is, our purpose, therefore, is to move through these stages through the dialectic. The dialectic is recognizing there is an expert who can ask you the questions so long as you genuinely seek improvement. You can see the underlying analogies and gain understanding yourself. Dialectic, therefore, is the activity of understanding. So we can go back to our analogy here. Add dialectic to the list. The justification of our false beliefs that we think we need and are even identified with is the opposite. So this jade thing, justify, argue, explain, defend, is the activity of debate. That's what debate is. You come in with your stupid fucking ignorant beliefs and you think that you are a Noah if you defend them just like your fucking parents. My dad was a Jew and he defended his Judaism, and I'm going to be big strong man like dad, and I'm going to defend it in a debate. Israel did nothing wrong in genocide. Or my mum was a lovely Mormon. I'm going to defend Mormonism. We wear magic underpants and we do soaking.
Since I was a teenager.
This is where I'm sorry. This group of absolute gooners. Maybe.
Okay. Hang on a second. That shouldn't be there. That wasn't. Hang on. Hold. What happened? I did it twice. I had this long. Okay. Literally before stream, I fixed that sound drop, but the same problem happened. All right, so fuck. Hold for a second. Okay, let me move this out of the way. I'll just chuck it in somewhere else. I'll just put it in just put it here. Hold. Sound drop from the Oracle to keep you amused, keep you curious.
You're not going to magically force someone to want to get better. You have to come to that conclusion yourself. You have to want to get better.
That's the thing. If you're debating what you think is true because you're attached to the image, then you're not going to get better.
When you're in a state of wanting to improve, you start perceiving all of the problems.
And that's why we have to be doing midwifery with philosophy, because we start to surface the problems. When we do seek the truth, we have to let go of our beliefs. So we start to surface the things that we try and debate. Held a message for a reason. Don't hold his messages, stupid moderator. But Jade is often a response to Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse victim. It's not a cosmic abuse stuff. You're seeing the same stunt with Israel playing the victim. Right, yeah, so... Sensitive auto mod again. Yeah, so I apologize for that. Gooners.
Goons of gooners.
There we go. Got rid of that gooner sound. Oh, that was bad.
Damn, you really are a gooner.
Gooners. Sure. No, well, see, it's not, it can be a response to attack, which is important for what we do here. When we do philosophical midwifery, we have to make clear, this is not a blame game. One of the, in my many years of doing this, one of the biggest problems to overcome is people insisting this is a fucking abuse game. You are trying to catch me out. You are trying to catch me making a mistake. I'm not going to explore my problems because you want an excuse to punish me. No. Punishment is sick. It's the abandonment of the intelligible. As we said last time, punitive justice is sick. You don't make things more good by doing bad. You don't make things more hot by doing cold. You don't do the opposite and get the opposite. The idea of looking for someone making a mistake, or clip chimping as it's called online. So right now in America, violence begets violence. Exactly. In America we have the game of the fascists in America is to distract from the extreme injustice of wealth inequality, capitalism, imperialism, and allowing the believers to rule by engaging in culture war. They have been clip chimping a Twitch streamer. They've been using a specific phrase out of context to justify doing bad things to that person and doing bad things to the movement that he supports. In other words, he supports universal healthcare, universal wealth equality. Instead of addressing it on its merits, they look for a time that he made a mistake and say, therefore, we can kill you, abuse you. That's punishment. That's injustice. That's retributive or punitive justice. We have to make clear, we do not do that here. We do the opposite. We celebrate you making a mistake. You can't engage in the greatest human activity, philosophical midwifery, without a problem to reflect on. You need to surface your problems.
When you're in a state of wanting to improve, you start perceiving all of the problems.
You need to be wanting to improve, master a text, master this text or the other text we read. Necessarily, you have to have your nose in a book, these books. Otherwise, you won't be doing enough to surface the entirety of your problem. That's what we have to make clear. We are not punishing. So, it could be a response to the injustice of our current age, where our education system is based on punishment, detentions, bad grades. Our justice system is based on punishment, putting people in cells so they can be exploited for slave labor by capitalists, genociding in concentration camps for MAGA and the religious. We don't do this. This is the new way of being, the necessary way of being. It's called philodianoia, or being Hellenic. There is no punishment here. Everyone is important. Everyone is meaningful. Every problem is important. And all problems are solvable. The content collapse irritates the hell out of me too. I'm always falling into the J trap. Yes, but this is new, so don't feel bad about it. This is the only channel that does this. There are some content creators and channels that are very, very close, that are natural philosophers and the best of all of the people that I've seen. Those are the few people I reach out to every now and again. And the content creators that I like. But there's no one else making this case because it's, well, new. It's not new. It's the Hellenic age. We have been going through a counterattack from beliefs since the murder of Socrates. Now, that's debate. We have to learn a different skill, the opposite to argues, defend, justify, and great terminology, by the way. Really handy. Jade. Davo. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender. Right. That's debate. That's the activity of our false beliefs that are the cause of our problems. That's why most philosophers ain't philosophers. All the philosophers I've seen on YouTube just do debate. What has debate achieved? Nothing. Fucking nothing. Not solving any problems, not coming to any conclusions, not changing minds, not learning and evolving. All academic philosophers do is debate their personal beliefs by quoting big names. Hegel says this, Heidegger says this, Nietzsche says this. Therefore, who gives a fuck? Who says that these idiots were right? Same thing with religion. Abraham says this, Moses says this, the Bible says this. Who gives a fuck? Who says they were right? Same thing with conservatives. The Founding Fathers says this, Ronald Reagan says this. The Constitution says this. Who gives a fuck? Who says those things were right? Well, the Constitution is different. We are learning a new activity called dialectic. It's the activity of human excellence as debate is to human problems. It's the activity of understanding. It has its source in being, not the physical world. If anyone says, well, point me to a true dialectician, there's never been one. So therefore, fuck you. And fuck you too. Doesn't matter. The source of true understanding isn't the physical world. Perhaps there has never been one. I mean, there has Socrates and Pierre Grimes. And Homer probably as well. Masters of the dialectic. But even if they weren't around, well, and Socrates as teachers as well. But anyway, even if they didn't exist, doesn't matter. So all of this, well, I can use a debate and prove that Socrates, he wore dresses like a girl, so therefore we should not listen to him. Doesn't matter. The source of our excellence isn't a particular person. It is knowledge itself, or nous itself. That's the dialectic. And I spelt that wrong. It's not new at all. It's old, very old. People keep trying to delete it. I mean, X says this, X says that. The data isn't controversial. It's the interpretations that don't necessarily follow. Right, so interpretation is the functioning of... So we can throw interpretation as well. There's no one learning. No, I've never seen anyone teaching the dialectic. Interpretation. The interpretation of beliefs through image thinking that are the source of our problems that are justified in debate are like what's the equivalent to understanding. If you're not interpreting, what are you doing? That question is an example of the dialectic. Notice, I'm using your words. You added the word interpretation. As the dialectician, I'm giving the context for that word using my background knowledge and understanding. So I'm clarifying the language you are using of interpretation. Now, we've got the analogy on the board, which means you can look at this. So it's like the board is like a mean term. I look at it, you look at it, it allows us to come together. I asked you a question. What's this? I took what you can see in this analogy, or this set within this analogy. You can see how interpretation is the functioning of beliefs and projection of images. And my question to you helps you to see that what you were seeing is part of a greater whole, because there is an analogical equivalent in the greater to the lesser. So, if interpretation is the functioning of belief and debate, what would be seeing without interpretation? That would be the functioning of understanding, true understanding, and the dialectic. I asked you a question. That's the dialectic. With reference to an analogy, that's the dialectic. Using your own language, that's the dialectic. So that you can find the puzzle piece, that's the dialectic. And solve the puzzle yourself, that's the dialectic. The next stage of the dialectic is to judge your answer. So I will look at what you wrote next and judge whether or not you addressed the question, or whether you went off on a tangent, or a counterattack and didn't answer the question. Judging answers is also part of the dialectic. I mean, Socrates, Homer, Plato, way before our times. The dialectic might be new as a noun, but nouns are cached verbs. It's the same way that colloquial use of the analogy has been watered down, the dialectic picks us up and dusts it off. Right. Yeah, so we are learning the dialectic, which is inherent to reality, that Parmenides taught Socrates. Plato learned from Socrates. He only learned half because we killed Socrates when he was 20, so he didn't learn the dialectic applied to midwifery. So that's so this book picks up where we lost with Plato. After Plato, Aristotle was a materialist. So we lost the dialectic here with Aristotle completely. Emperor Justinian, fuckface McGee, who killed the philosophers, shut down the academy, and brought in the Dark Ages to institute the rule of belief through Christianity. So now we have professors professing the faith. You go to a university and there's some fucking dude preaching. No dialectic there. So our current educational system is in the tradition of Aristotle and Emperor Justinian, religion, Christianity. So we're going back to Plato, and this orange book takes us back further. Plato didn't have midwifery, so this book picks up where we left off with Socrates. So the question was, hey, if interpretation is to project your images onto reality that aren't there. Interpretation is to add what isn't there, or to have blind spots to leave out what is there, A and B. If that's the functioning of belief and image thinking, what would be the analogical equivalent to true seeing and understanding? What does the dialectic facilitate? Is my question to you. Can you see how it fits in the analogy? And that's how we read, by the way. When we read, we look for the inherent analogies within the text, and we see, hey, maybe they gave us all of these, and they gave us all of these, but they left out this term. As we read, we collect the terms and we arrange them in an analogy, and that helps us see the missing terms. If the text gave us the opposite of debate is dialectic, the opposite of beliefs is knowledge, the opposite of image thinking is understanding, and then gave us, hey, the activity of debate is interpretation, but didn't give it the opposite, we can see the author is giving us a puzzle to solve. Just as if you're playing Resident Evil, you find a blue door and you find the blue key and you open it and you get to the next area. And then you find a red door and you need to open it with the red key. And then you come across a green door. You've recognized the pattern. Your job is to find the missing green key. That's how puzzles work. So analogies are behind puzzles. So equally so, hey, we found beliefs equivalent is understanding. Beliefs, the source of image thinking, as knowledge is to understanding. So we've found, hey, beliefs function through interpretation. There's our green door. Just as knowledge and understanding functions to reality, to the moment, to our reading, to our conversations. That's the green key. So that's my question to you. What would you call the equivalent to interpretation? There are some arguments that say interpretations are there even if you're wrong, because you need to keep the interpreter within the active interpretation. Right, can you answer my question though? Find the green key.
I'm just thinking about being hot.
No, don't think about being hot. Think about the green key.
Just popped a perky, now I'm kirky.
If you must pop a perky, get all kirky with it and find the green key. If beliefs are to interpretation, so too knowledge and understanding is to... Can you answer it? If you can't, that's okay. Because part of reading is recognizing the puzzles you can't answer and carrying that question. That's the kind of openness and not knowing we want to embrace. We want to put ourselves in a state of not knowing. You can't put yourself in a state of not knowing until you realize what it is you don't know. And we saw that in the book that in the chapter we've just read, there is a profound state of unknowingness that we achieve when we free ourselves from our problems. So can you answer this? Mapping. Interpretation is inferring. So there's a formal definition of interpretation: to add what isn't there or to leave out what is. So if someone says, you're really beautiful, you go, oh, you're just saying that because you're trying to scam me. I learned that because when I was a kid, my parents would always manipulate me or whatever. You're adding. You're not reading what's there. That's how our beliefs influence us. It's not really an inference. It's false. It's you're adding it. Like when you read Harry Potter and you say, well, and your teacher says, what did the book mean to you? To me, Harry Potter is you have to love Jesus. What? Is that in the book? No, but it's in my heart. A false inference, I suppose. I think inference doesn't really work. But what's the equivalent for actually seeing what's there without projecting or without blind spots? It's okay if you don't know, because, in fact, it might even be better that you don't know. Inferring based on prior attractors. No, okay, I think you maybe not following my question. If you're reading a sentence, Jane had a blue hat, and you read this sentence and you say, and you're sexist, Jane probably stole that hat. Oh, okay, you're responding to, okay. That's you're adding what isn't there. There's no point in that sentence that said Jane that stole that hat. You're adding that. Now, we want to catch when we do add that, because that's the clues that allow us to solve what our fundamental false beliefs about self and reality are that prevented our psychic and spiritual development in greater reincarnations, that caused us to reincarnate here into this family, into this culture, into this planet, into this time and place, so that we get these false beliefs that cause our problems so that we can fucking address them. So we want to find where we project. We want to find where we miss the mark. So it's not a bad thing. It's actually what we're here to surface. It's a good thing, so long as we recognize its purpose. It's not to believe it or defend it. That's debate. I'm not wrong to say that Jane stole the hat, because if you look at facts, they will say that women are devious. And Jordan Peterson says that women have to be devious because of biology, you see. And Joe Rogan told me that you can't trust women. That's why he always flirts with men on his show. Because women, it's not that he's gay, he's afraid of women. It's because he's not heterophobic. It's because women are bad. And the Bible says so. So if you actually read it without doing that, what would you call that? Reincarnation is loaded as a term. Well, not really. It describes how we die and the result of whether or not we've done everything we've done enough to purify our false beliefs and perfect our understanding. Determines the extent to which we can participate in ultimate reality, the brilliant light of being, or the great light. To that extent determines our intelligence and character in our next reincarnation. Or, ultimately, if we recognize that isn't reality, and even identification with this is a false belief about the self. Oh yes, pop culture. Yes, you're right. Yes, we have to be careful in how we define it because we want to understand what it is. By the way, can you answer this question? To read the sentence in the book the way it is, without interpretation, would be understanding it, right? You're understanding the text. To project your beliefs and images onto the text is interpretation. So if beliefs and image thinking are to interpretation, so too, knowledge and understanding is to... Thank you. Literalization. Now, the dialectic. So, what have I done? We are in the text. First of all, you have to have your nose in the text. We should write this out. You have to have your nose in the text. Otherwise, you're just pulling from your old beliefs. Have your nose in a text, in a shared text that we're reading. Shared text. We are using the subject's interest or focus. We don't have to, unlike other spiritual traditions where you have to build devotion for Jesus or build devotion for the guru or build devotion. No, don't have to play those nonsense games. You're naturally curious about what you're interested in. We also used your words. Use the subject's words or logos. Interpretation. We then used our dialecticians, understanding or expertise, from experience as well, expertise, to clarify or organize or place in the context of the idea we are exploring. So we put your word interpretation within the analogy that we were exploring together to understand the difference between human problems and human excellence. We drew it on the board. Why is that important? Well, because this is challenging. This is the highest activity of human beings. So, we are going to get the greatest amount of counterattacks. Our memory will fail us. We will try and argue nonsense instead. Well, I didn't say that, and I didn't use the word interpretation. You are changing my words. See, you are doing interpretation. I didn't say interpretation, and you said interpretation. I didn't say interpretation, so you are interpreting. Aha! I don't have to answer the question. What a lovely tangent we've been on for 10 minutes. See, filibustering, tangents, sabotaging the game. This happens because we're humans. That's the human, because that's the functioning of the problems. To sabotage the logos is the functioning of the pathologos. So if we write it on the board, we don't have to worry. It's on the board. Yeah, you said it. I wrote it down. Now we can both have a look. It also gives us a shared focus, like having a shared text gives us a shared focus. Dream analysis. Our dream gives us a shared focus. So we drew it on the board, or if you're having coffee with your friends and you're engaged in a meaningful dialogue with them, write it on a notepad. Drew it on the board. Nose in a shared text, that's an analogical bridge. Yes. Because we got to try and make it fun as well. This isn't like dusty academic nonsense. It's more fun to say, get your nose in a book, than we have to be reading one of the texts by the masters. Not just any text, but these texts. And it is rare, this text, to find. And only the academics may read it. And there are big words that are scary. That keeps everyone else from playing. No, it's for everyone. That's why Pierre Grimes works so fantastic. Because he just writes them as regular people having chats in cafes. Or that was the last book we read, Is It All Relative? The book before that, it was Socrates and Jesus chopping it up in heaven. Just chopping it up. Just like some couple of bros. Easy. Yeah, so you say, yeah, so that's another way we can use analogy to keep it. You book is to me book. Oh, the relationship of me to the book is like the relationship of you to the book. That would make it, what kind of analogy is that? Because there's a shared term. The most simplest of analogies. As me, the dialectician, is to the book that we are both looking at. That you, the subject of the dialectic, where you want to be gaining the benefit. A mean term. Or a better way of talking about this might be, as a master of the Logos, Pierre Grimes, the G-Man, the Griminator, P-Money. I remember calling him P-Money once jokingly in a chat with when he was around, and everyone got really confused. They were so separated from pop culture, and a lot of them very old. They didn't know what P-Money meant. Like anyone, if your name's Russell, you are money. It's just a stupid thing to pretend to be cool to make fun of yourself. I don't know. As Pierre Grimes wrote this book, if we can read it without interpretation, the two extreme terms, us and Pierre, the unknowing and the knowing, can be bridged. Or as PG is to the book, so to the book. Or even, this one is even more clear. As Socrates taught Pierre Grimes, so too Pierre Grimes teaches us. So Pierre Grimes is the mean term. It's called a mean analogy, when there's something doing double duty in the middle. That's also what we're after. That's the analogy of our excellence, because everything we're learning here isn't a belief. It's true understanding. In other words, we can become, so as a result of this, we can become masters of, not He-Man masters of the universe, but masters of the Logos.
Well, you eat bananas, so you're evil.
Stop calling me evil for eating bananas.
Calm your fucking tits.
All right. We are masters of the Logos. Or, as Pierre Grimes taught us, so too, when we master the Logos, we can teach others. Or write books. Or do dream analysis. Or write films. Or short stories. Or songs. So, I asked, I know this was in a shared text. We use the subject's interest or focus. Now, sometimes it might be good for the dialectician to direct the focus specifically. Like, hey, by the way, we're talking about justice today. Did you read this section? How about we look at this part? Didn't need to, because our chatter was engaged. We use the subject's words. He used the word interpretation. We use the dialectician's understanding or experience to clarify or place in context the idea. We recognize that, hey, I've been in this game for decades. Our chatter is quite new, so I can help share my understanding or with his word to maybe tidy it up or give it context or put it somewhere nice. Didn't have to do much. We just had to chuck it at the end of the analogy we were already using. That was easy. Drew it on the board, shared focus. We don't have to worry about remembering it or arguing who said what, which is a way that belief can jump up to sabotage the dialogue. We asked a question. And that was about the missing term in the analogy. So, we were specifically talking about analogies. So, our friend could see the analogy as a whole. Analogy. But you may be, as a dialectician, it may be that you're not specifically looking at the analogy. For midwifery, as your parents treated you, so too you are treating your kids or your employees, or as your parents shut you down when you were young, so too you are shutting yourself down as you read these books. Okay? They may not see it yet. In other words, it's not pertinent to give them the answer by outlining the specific analogy. But you, as the dialectician, you have to help them see the analogy. So your questions are guided by analogy. So the dialectic and analogy go together. It's the functioning of understanding. It just so happens that we were doing analogy so he can see the analogy. You've got a whole big extended analogy. So there's an analogy to your thinking. You are helping them to see the analogy or solve the missing term within the analogy. Now we have to judge the answer. And that involves two parts. Because we're human beings, that involves two parts. The words, that's the logos. And whenever we talk about the logos, you can add the second thing, because the A and B buttons of being a human being. State of mind. Or ousia. Ousia, our state of mind. Because ousia is the nature of being. Mind itself is the essence of reality that's always, its existence doesn't occupy space and time. Its existence is the level of ousia. The level of intelligence turning around to sustain and know itself. Our excellence is improving our ousia. The most ignorant people never reflect on themselves and are told to fear reflecting on themselves, their images, because they're often tied to beliefs that they are being manipulated through. So don't reflect on yourself, because you'll have to reflect on your beliefs. You reflect on your beliefs, you won't be religious anymore. If you're not religious anymore, don't have a slave in the family, or a slave in the religion, or a slave in the political genocide. So we have to judge the word and the state of mind. I'm doing this all through electrical engineering lens. Shokor-Kron reduction. Wire and delta topographies. So this is the significance. Not only are you learning the logos, but if you can also apply it to something that you are interested in as well, that means if you meet others who have that shared language of electrical engineering, and there are a lot, engineering is a big department at most universities, a lot of universities, you can use your shared language analogously to help them understand the logos, which is the purpose of all, the meaning of life, the meaning of human beings, our true excellence. So, number 6, you can ask them questions.
Dumbass.
Hey, I just deleted something. Come on.
Dumb bitch.
Hey, don't argue with her.
That's fucking insane, and you sound like a crazy person.
No, we're not crazy. We are cool.
Big shout out to the bad boy of Chinese chess.
Okay, big shout out to the bad boy of Chinese chess. That's shout out to him, whoever he may be. So you can ask them a question with reference to the analogy that you can see. leading them from the lesser, the engineering terms, to the greater, the logos terms. So there's a third benefit. Not only can it help you master your art of engineering, because you are the fact that engineering is an understandable system means it participates in a system of understanding that has to have a cause. That's the logos. So you can perfect your mastery of your engineering, but also you can use it to benefit others. And that would be how you're doing it. So we have to judge the answer, the word, which was literalism, and the state of mind. Hey, when you gave that answer, beliefs are to interpretation, and you could use it, you can continue using anything from this analogy. Beliefs and image thinking are to interpretation that causes our problems. So too, actual knowing and understanding is to literalism, which we can use to reach our excellence. How did you feel with that word? If you were honest, and there is no other prize than being honest. In other words, you don't get points or anything. You're not getting graded. Were you happy with it? Did you feel like, it's an answer, but not the best answer? Maybe it's a word that's familiar with me, but might not apply here. What was the state of mind? Because really, what we want to ultimately do is birth a state, so-called theory of everything that physics is looking for, but they avoid thermodynamics superdeterminism because the ideas of not having free will is caustic. And sorry, I missed the question. So when I asked you, beliefs are to interpretation as knowledge and understanding is to what? Your answer was literalism. How did you feel when you gave that answer? What was your state of mind, your feeling state? Were you happy with it? Did you feel anything in your body? Was it a profound state, or did it feel like it was kind of a half answer? It kind of fit, but not completely. Because we want to give a birth to a higher understanding, which is the logos, and state of and or state of mind. That state of mind could be insight. So maybe that when you answered it was like, oh wow, that's it. That's important because that's a higher state of mind, a higher ousia that came with a sudden seeing, an insight, an enlightenment state, seeing what was there to be seen that you hadn't formerly seen. It's a stage of ousia, so formally a level of enlightenment, or of the nature of enlightenment, quality of enlightenment. As we said, understanding requires us to, number 2, reflect on our peak experiences to recognize them, value them, understand them. So, the dialectician could then, if it was a genuine insight, state of mind, ask you questions about what it was like. Again, language of metaphor, similes, what it felt like. Insight, state of mind, or sometimes even better, a puzzled state of mind. What we saw in the text last time, if you're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's an answer. Literalism, is that really to see without interpretation? because you don't take everything literally, because sometimes you're using an analogy, but you're seeing the analogy. Like you're reading what's there. If you recognize this, that puzzle state of mind can give you a question that you can carry. That puzzle state of mind you can recognize, and we saw it in the text. Let's see it again. A profound unknowingness. Oh, the very last sentence. Having been freed of the distorting power of the pathologos that wants us to run to certainty, and we are no longer influenced by our old models, we experience a profound unknowingness as they relate to themselves and the world. Notice, a high state isn't an insight state. Equally high, but the different kind, is an unknowingness, an openness, a curiosity, a puzzlement. To recognize that that's a good state of mind, recognizing that puzzled is a good state of mind, is something that the dialectician has to say, has to make clear. Value it as a good state of mind. And therefore, it felt like a full answer, but of a question detailing a skin depth of understanding. Right, it's the difference between idly reading and not giving an interpretation reading. Instead, fully engaging with the text, yes, and relation with terms and the negative space passing. For example, when I've had seizures in the past, I could hear people. I knew it wasn't human speech, but I couldn't pass it. Interesting. Therefore, maybe you can carry your current answer, don't throw it away, but also carry the question. To carry the question is to be on a quest. So you can, as you have further experiences or reflect on your own experiences, you can polish up your question or your answer, add to it. So now as we continue to read the book, you can carry that question as we go and say, hey, does the book give us any equivalent term for interpretation? Does the book give us, as beliefs are to interpretation, so to understanding is to what? And when it comes up, well, the longer and the more focused you are on the question, the greater the potential insight or enlightenment state when it's finally answered completely to your satisfaction. So, using a shared text, using the subject's logos, using the dialectician's understanding to clarify the logos they use, because we recognize that they might be new and they don't have the seeing and understanding you have. Drawing it on the board so you have a shared focus. Asking questions. Your questions are to do with analogy that are either explicit or often not. You have the analogy, they don't have the analogy. Your questions are to help them see the analogy, but you don't want to destroy their question too early with giving the answers. That's Pierre Grimes said once, a teacher who destroys a student's question too early ain't worth shit. And it surprised me because he said it out of nowhere, apropos of nothing, and he swore in a way that it felt out of place. We were in a reading group one morning and he just said it out of nothing. Ain't worth shit. I'm like, why is this old man swearing at me? What did I fucking do? I didn't do anything. I'm just here sitting here learning. Just this 80-something-year-old man and these other old women there, and it's like 6 o'clock in the morning in California. And I'm just like reading along, learning. And all of a sudden he looks up. Teacher who destroys a student's question too early with an answer ain't worth shit. What the fuck? It's 6 in the morning. Why are you swearing at me for? I didn't say anything. But it sticks. It's important. So you might not make the analogy clear, but that's behind your thinking. It's the activity of thinking. Judge the answer, both the words. We could say, okay, we've been reading. Is there a word in the text better than literalism? Or the state of mind, logos and ousia. That's the things that we are perfecting. There's the two things, our thinking and our feeling, our understanding and our knowing. Those are the two things. So if we can call beliefs and image thinkings our ignorance, we could call our knowing and understanding wisdom. And so judge the logos and judge the state of mind. Was it a profound insight experience? Not really. Or maybe it's because the question wasn't satisfying, which is even better. Recognize the state of being puzzled is a good state. Notice it's the opposite of certainty, isn't it? If it's the opposite of the pathologo certainty, being open and curious and puzzled is a fantastic state of mind to be in. Receptive to the higher insights and states of being. To carry a question, so with the puzzled state, you can also carry a question. So there's your state of mind and logos, the logos being the question. There we have state of mind of being puzzled and the logos of the question. Again, A and B buttons of being a human. Carry a question is to be on a quest. You can carry it as we read. That's the game. So there's an example of the dialectic. Questions, answers, logos and ousia, analogy, and a shared text and blackboard. Texas has been captured by I don't know what, RX and TX. Is it Texas? TX has been captured by a pathological recruiting wave. RX remained online logging. TX amplitude frequency is to RX frequency and amplitude, which is precisely the dual complex LIF neuron model I'm using in my AO research. Interesting. What's TX and RX? Transmission and receive. All right, so transmission have been captured by pathological recruiting wave. Sure. Now, so there is a specific meaning to pathologos. So you're right, there may be a pathologos at the root that gives rise to the false beliefs of the culture and society and institution. That gives rise to the recruiting wave problem that you're talking about. Therefore, to solve this problem of society, we'd have to say, hey, these are the problems we're facing. It has a cause, this recruiting wave. It too has a cause, the false beliefs of those in power that have manifested this, or the false beliefs of the system to maximize shareholder profit, the disgusting injustice of capitalism. And behind that, the pathologos of those who created or maintain it. So pathologos has a specific meaning. It's the individual's false belief about self and reality that they identify with. So there's a causal chain that we trace back in the solving of our problems. Being puzzled gives you something to do. Yes, it's a better state of mind than being sad. I'm talking about the seizure again. I make a connection between the sociological problem and the electrical engineering as an analogy. Oh, interesting. We are electrochemical in nature. It's this operator across the scales. Well, we are self and mind in nature. We do have a biological equivalent. So that brings us, so that's an important point. What's our fundamental nature? Physical, electrochemical, atoms? What about mind? Is mind a byproduct of electrons firing, or is mind more causal? So, what we've just outlined is the different cognitive functions here: image thinking, beliefs, understanding, mind or knowing, and the self, and how we are supposed to be relating to any of them. You don't take these bottom ones literally. You recognize they are messages to help you free yourself from your false beliefs that have prevented your excellence in this lifetime and maybe even prior, so you can make further progress in this lifetime and beyond. But what if you're stuck? What if you don't approach beliefs in the proper way, but you identify with them, or you think you need them? Gives you a unity within your family group, and you're afraid of what it's like to be without them. In other words, we can have these cognitive functions set out as, if you are stuck there, if you identify with any, instead of moving through them via the dialectic, and as we saw, the dialectic makes use of analogy as well, and which is the power of the logos, which is why it was so important to use the logos or the words of the subject when we were asking questions. Moving over to the side. That's how we're supposed to relate to these things. But if you don't relate to them as you're supposed to, but identify with any one of these, that could be your main worldview. There are some people who say, I am a Christian, I am a Jew, I am a Mormon with my magic gooning underpants.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
And they're gooners and weirdos. Hey, isn't that interesting? Look at this. We saw that the logos follows the structure of analogy and dialectic. We've been talking about how we can analogously apply it to any specific field, like engineering. But what's the highest application? Wouldn't the highest application of the logos be to understand not the perfection of an engine, but the perfection of a human mind, or a human being, or human soul, or self? Therefore, shouldn't this stages of cognitive development also fit into the dialectic? Could we therefore say that the experience of knowledge is nothing other than the self experiencing itself? By definition, the definition of reality. Remember, yesterday we looked at the dialectic. The dialectic, the activity of understanding, the power of the logos. When you explore an idea, you create two halves. What if the idea exists? What if being exists? Or what if beauty exists? Or what if justice exists? And what kind of a universe would it be if it didn't exist? And there are 4 categories. Definition, the self in relation to itself. What is from the text, again, nose in the book, from the text, what have we been learning about beauty or justice, depending on what book we're reading? In relation to itself, definition. Number 2, how does that self to other? It's 2 ideas, isn't it? Self and other, self and other, self to other, self to self, self to other to self. The 4 possible permutations of the 2 most primary ideas. We've been talking about understanding stemming from what we use as the basic building blocks of thought. But before I say this is the same stuffy or there's a hole in the part and all this stuff, the very first judgment I make is this stuffy is other than me. So when the stuffy tries to eat my coffee, I say,
I'm not an idiot. That's what keeps you in the Matrix.
I'm not an idiot.
Look here,
Known since I was a teenager.
Lucas,
This is where the
I'm sorry. This
dumbass.
Hang on. I got to get rid of that. There's another weird... My sound drops are being weird today. That was in my Oracle negative drop. A 41-second sound drop. What happened? What happened to my exporting of... Crazy. Okay, where am I putting this? I'll just dump it here for now. Good lord. Let me fix my sound drop. I want the Oracle to say something bad to my stuffy for drinking my coffee. She would say,
Look here, toots.
"Look here, toots, that's not your coffee. That's my coffee. Look here, toots.
Look at this broad.
Look at this broad eating my coffee."
Dumb bitch.
Dumb bitch. I wouldn't go that far. So self and other. That's the very first primary distinction we make in all thought or experience. When I'm itchy, I don't scratch me. When I pinch you, I don't squeal. And so here we see that the most primary way of arranging the most primary terms, self and other, gives us 4 categories. Self to self, or definition. Self to other, how that defined self functions to another. Other to other, how that functioning plays out in other areas. And finally, other back to self, which has 2 stages. Synthesis to from this exploration, is there a key idea or theme that has come to light from these divisions that we can then, there's our logos, that we can then relate back to the self. Ousia, synthesis and analysis, or conclusion, other back to self. So we take what we started with, we have gained a logos that we can add to the definition. That's the dialectic. And of course, you do it for what if the self does not exist as well. Back to the chat. Fundamentally, it's all thermodynamics with our declared cuts, physics, chemistry, biology, and slices of map cut for human convenience. Meanwhile, the universe is up there, not giving a hoot. Yes. I mean, not yes, but that is a worldview. The same recursive rules stack to complexity. This is why people keep gravitating towards fivefold and golden spirals, because the fivefold symmetry can cheaply give you infinite scale. Parallelograms are frequently substituted for analogy. The thick rhombus and the thin rhombus give you Penrose's tiling. We did look at how we can use the square and rectangle shapes for analogy in the last series as well. Fivefold geometry, infinite scale. Logically, you can get repeats, but in aggregate, they converge and unique. If you squint, the brain is an analogy engine in a way. Left hemisphere, right hemisphere. Causal bridge. Okay, so our friend in chat gave us, put words on his worldview. Okay, words related to what he's familiar with. So we have to make an analogical jump to the pure logos, the mind logos, to recognize what level of self he's in. that would be another functioning of the dialectician. The judging of the answer or the diagnosis. So after we judge his answers to a question, number 9 down here, I suppose, we can diagnose or define where they are at. How do we do that? We need therefore a map of the ideal. A doctor needs the ideal body to diagnose deviation from that in diagnosing the patient. So too, what worldview does our friend have? Well, we need a map of all possible worldviews. So if the highest experience is self-knowing itself as ultimate reality, and we've got a cognitive function of knowing mind, let's call that knowing with a capital K, or nous in the Greek. Knowing of reality. You could say its activity is self to other. Right? All of the aspects and terms we're using and understanding, allowing us to come to these conclusions, which will always be true and were necessary to benefit all human beings, making it the meaning of life, not just our lives, but all lives, and not just all human lives, but all cultures and all times and all species, and maybe even all multiverses. Therefore, our purpose is because it's the functioning of the definition of self, or the highest experience of self, self-knowing itself. Notice there's still two terms. So the one self would be the single term. Therefore, beliefs. When you're in a belief group, are you other from others? Are the Jews the chosen people and all others are other than them that get to be genocided or whatever? Or subjugated or used for cattle? Goyams? When you're Christians, are you the chosen people who get to go to heaven and you get to murder 1 million innocent Muslims? If you're MAGA, are you other than the American people, a special in-group of Epstein-class billionaires? If you're Elon Musk, do you not have to pay taxes, not have to obey the law? Beliefs are groups of others who are defined as being others, other from others. By definition. So when we say beliefs are the cause of all human problems, we can see that we don't even have to demonstrate it by pointing to racist beliefs, sexist beliefs, or any time possibly ever in all history that belief was allowed to rule. If a believer believed they could fly a plane, they crashed the plane every single time, because you have to understand how to fly the fucking plane. If a believer believed they could do surgery, that's called being a serial killer. They can't do surgery, they always only kill people. When we have a believer, a politician who doesn't understand and know conservatism, right-wingers, they only and always do harm, kill people, death and destruction. Spirituality, religion, they only and always can only and always do harm. It's not because I don't like your religion, by definition. But we don't have to point to examples, not definition, we don't have to point to every single example, we can see the definition of the word belief means other to other. Division. In principle, it can only possibly do harm because also there's a line of symmetry here. In the chat, it was the promised land. In one take, they could think and they were owed it. In another read, it's something that never cashed out, remaining the promised land. Yeah. It's just all nonsense. Made up bullshit. Because belief has nothing to do with truth. Truth what color? No, not that one. Truth would be therefore as wisdom is to ignorance. Let's move our actual journey of the logos. As wisdom is to ignorance, so too, another analogy for our butts, truth is to what's false. So once again, beliefs and image thinking are false. Why? Because if it was true, you wouldn't need to just believe me, bro. And of course, we can ask the question, hey, and we can also be therefore putting together as we go the ultimate analogy. That is, if false is to the truth, so too the truth is to what? If ignorance is to wisdom, so too wisdom is to what? That's our ultimate goal. What's the self? What's a kind of cognitive function beyond wisdom? What's the kind of model, principle, standard of reality that's beyond even truth, but the cause of truth? And of course, you could say, you could create an analogy within the sets as well. So, the physical world is to the false, is to the ignorant, is to beliefs and image thinking, is to understanding, as the metaphysical world is to being, is to truth, is to wisdom, etc., etc. So, other to other. Beliefs are bad. Beliefs are bad. But not all beliefs. Yeah, all beliefs are bad. Now, what we saw is beliefs are a stepping stone to purify what you are carrying that's false. Why? Because you can't carry something that's false via understanding and truth. Well, by understanding, because understanding is the realm of truth. In other words, that's why all scammers target religious people. We know this. When there are these AI scammers doing sex bots or whatever, they make them racist and sexist and terrible people because their target audience is MAGA, are the religious, are the right wing. Because you can't get someone to do something good through, you can't convince someone to do something bad. Why? Because we all seek the good. You have to pretend the bad thing is good actually. Voting for Trump is good actually. Doing a genocide is good actually. Capitalism is good actually. Wealth inequality is good actually. You have to convince them that. That's propaganda. That's right-wing capitalism and religion. You can't do that through understanding. If you show an understanding of what is the good, then you understand the good. You require belief to fuck with people and tell them that the bad thing is good actually, so you can scam people into acting against their own good. That's capitalism. That's exploitation or earning a profit. That's conservatism. That's removing the vote, getting the poor people to vote for the people who will hurt them. That's religion. Convincing people to just believe me, bro, while they take all the money and resources and get you to fight in their holy wars. It's always the same. Belief is required to scam people, to act against their interest, to exploit them. That's human injustice. At its root is belief. And you don't have to point to any specific belief to make that case. What I just did was another example of the dialectic. It wasn't in reference to another subject to help them, it was in reference to an idea itself. We defined what the idea was. Where is our dialectic? We defined what belief was. We showed how it functions, dividing other to other. We have showed its divisions, all the possible uses of it, to come to the conclusion that it is necessary to function demonstration to convince the bad is good. So that you can divide, manipulate people to act against their own interests, to come to the conclusion to scam them for your personal interest, which is betraying the natural law, which is injustice, which will only lead to human extinction. Therefore, we can see the definition. So we go back to our definition of belief, other to other, and add to it what we just saw with that dialectical reasoning about what is inherent to belief itself. It is not only other to other, it is exploitation, and it leads to human extinction. The end result of making everyone do bad things for your short-term profit and sadism. That's belief. Now, we saw that our human purpose is we don't want to hear that, because when you were a little baby, you needed the beliefs of your family tribe to survive your upbringing stuck in that family house with those family believers, with a bunch of Muslims raising you, with a bunch of Jews raising you, with a bunch of Christians or Scientologists raising you, a bunch of whatever, capitalists raising you, racists raising you. Every parent plays the king priest of the house. And what we've just been reading is why we have to buy into it, or feel we have to buy into it. It gives us a group unity. It gives us a role within the clan. It gives us a way of looking at self and reality, which is the cause of our problems. But it also has a self-defensive mechanism that blocks us from coming to this conclusion that all beliefs are fucking terrible. Not just the crazy ones that you call fundamentalist because they're different than you. Hey, you know what's not fundamentalist? Women are bad. Every Abrahamic religion subjugates women. That's always wrong. There is no version of Christianity that doesn't subjugate women. There's none. So you can't say, oh, just the fundamentalist ones. No, it's all of them. It's belief itself. We need to fucking wake up. That's our job. That's called being mature. But the sacrifice for our maturity and living in a utopia and saving the human race is giving up the bullshit, which we can only do by addressing the feelings and beliefs that we learnt that was all we knew for 18 years or thereabouts. That feel we need it. The fear of being mature, the fear of learning, the fear of letting go of what's false and being in that open, curious state of mind our friend in chat got into by exploring together with cool people these meaningful questions. It was an answer. What was it? It was an answer, but it was... I could have pushed you further, and perhaps I should have. It felt like a full answer, but it was of skin depth of understanding. So it wasn't of genuine depth. That's good. You are supposed to not know. We fear that state of not knowing. That keeps us loyal to our beliefs. So that's another example of the dialectic. Everything I just said, you can say and should say until we all wake up. We need to wake up. Everything I said will always be true, forever and for always. Doesn't matter if you get a Jew saying, but no, actually, or a academic philosopher saying, but actually, beliefs are all good, actually. Fuck off. That's not true. Everything I said was definitional. To do with what is inherent in belief itself will always be true, always and forever. So even if no one listens, probably they won't listen to me because, I don't know, maybe they will. We have fun on the channel.
It's just getting hornier as it keeps going on.
See, that's pretty funny. But maybe those who listen to me, others will listen to you. And if you tell 2 people and then they tell 2 people, that's like 10 people right there. See? That's the game. That's how we wake up. We need to wake up to this, to truth. So, other to other. Image thinking. Now, our friend said, hey, we live in a... am I behind in chat? The left isn't much better. The establishment left. This, what we're defining, following the logos, is what is necessary for progressing through the cognitive functions, from sickness to health to excellence. In other words, we are defining the singular, the true political party. In terms of how it's manifesting today, it would be the progressive left. Not the corporate left, not the establishment left, not the Republicans pretending to be leftists under capitalism and fascism, but this would be the definition of the true left party. Universal principles that are universally true, universally applied to universally benefit. The Hellenic age of man and the art of philodianoia is the definition of the true political party. Why? Because it's the only way where you can get the actual knowledge of the ideal, self to self, understanding of its activity, self to others, that you can use to address those who are other than that, believers, and also the 4th cognitive function, other than self, those who believe we are always other than the self. We live in an uncaring universe. We can't know God or reality, and we can't know that which is beyond reality. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Maybe there is a reality, but maybe there is a divine, but we are just ants to it. Why would it care about the ants? The wealth, they just generate the wealth and the right users to push their agenda. Yes. I was saying I understood it, but I had asked about what literalism meant in that context. But I pointed to it as being skin depth before understanding the distinction between reading and passing. Well, do you think literalism works? To take something literally? What if it was an analogy? What if you were reading a text and it said, the lake was like a beautiful bowl of jello. Not literalism. It wasn't actually a bowl of jello. But you're reading the analogy that's there. You're not saying, well, to me, it's saying the lake is like Jesus. No, it said bowl of jello. But like Jesus, maybe. No, jello. But Jesus? No, but Jesus.
The dumbest amongst us are like,
That was not on my bingo card.
Wasn't on me.
Look here, toots.
Look here, toots.
I hope he can post more Chinese milking tight.
No, none of that Chinese milking material. That's crazy. So I could have pushed you more, and that would be where the dialogue would go. Does it fit? Do you have a question? Is there a better word? Literalism might not work. That would be where the dialectic would go, to put you in that state of realizing you don't know. You're talking about what communism aspires to be, I get you. No, we're not looking at any one specific example or name. That's not what we're doing. We're understanding the ideal that doesn't exist in the physical world. So we can't point to previous examples. Because you can find, oh, your idea of communism and Lenin's idea of communism and Marx's idea of communism, and we can debate bullshit forever and not actually get things done. We're understanding the ideal. It's the logos. It's the Philodianoia party. It might be more similar to communism and socialism than fascism and imperialism. Of course it is. But we don't want to get into that because we will be getting into people's beliefs about the ideal human society that we need to be working towards, which would be understanding the logos of human development on the board, but also the logos of the natural world, so we can live in harmony with that to facilitate the development of. It's simple. Using the resources we have efficiently, renewably, sustainably, along with the technology we have, universally shared, no one hoarding the resources or technology, renewably, efficiently, sustainably to meet all human needs, universally to free us from any need for work or exploitation, in harmony with all life, so we can do this. Our proper job. We've evolved the capacity for logos and ousia. We're ignoring it. Yeah, this may be the ideal forms of communism, but we'll show how it's different. So look, we said earlier, so we're diagnosing your worldview as one of the roles of the dialectician. Left hemisphere, right hemisphere. Notice, very physical, right? There's something about a universe that doesn't care. Let me scroll back. Electrochemical in nature. Or maybe it wasn't there. Doesn't matter. So, but notice the dialectic doesn't just have 4 categories, it also has, what if the 4 categories don't exist? What if we lived in a reality where self, or the logos, or the divine doesn't exist? So we have to have a category that is no self. How can you have a worldview that rejects the self? That's the pathologos. There has to be some idea of the self, but remember, it's if it is, what kind of, let's go back to our dialectic. What if beauty exists? What would it be? As an eidos? How does it function? Inspires philosophers to read the symposium. Inspires good people in a good relationship to, through love and logos, transcends the level of beauty to reach beauty itself as the model of the ideal relationship. How do those people in those relationships relate to others? Hey, share philosophy with others. How do those affected relate back to the beauty? Well, then they become philosophers too. And they tell 10 people and they tell 10 people. It's like 1,000 people right there. Or something like that. But what if it isn't? What if beauty doesn't exist? How can you explore something that isn't? What we mean is, something that is below the green line. Just an image, just an appearance. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If I think it's beautiful to kill all Palestinians, and that's just as true as your view that it's beautiful to kill all Muslims. I don't believe in a deity or divine exists. I see thermodynamics as a prime mover. It may well be, however, they're all simply different nouns for the same fundamental process. Great. So you're putting more words on your worldview. This is important. Okay? So, what if beauty was just an opinion? Same categories. What would you say about it itself? It's just an opinion. It's just an image. It's in the eye of the beholder. How does it function? To scam people. How is it used? To get people to drink Coke. By scamming people to say you'll be more beautiful if you drink Coca-Cola. How do people, as a result of that manipulation through brainwashing of marketing, help people relate back to the idea of beauty? People will conclude beauty sucks. Beauty's a waste of time. It's just used by corporations to scam us. See, that's one universe, that's another. That's called the dialectic, exploring an idea from the text. So the idea is to get all of the specific content to fill the structure from the text that we are reading. So you're not just regurgitating your ideas, your beliefs. So if it exists and if it doesn't exist, what's the self that doesn't exist? I believe that's the book we're reading. Pathologos. Okay, what if you say, there is no realm of being or mind or reality or self? So in other words, for each one of these categories, there is its denial. Let's use a different color, hey? You can deny the existence of knowing. What color? Let's use this color. I think there is some self to self, some ultimate governing principle, but it doesn't really exist. There's our isms. It's something we just invent. Socialism, capitalism, Marxism, Nazism. Because this is the realm of mind. Remember, above the green line is the realm of mind. It's something we create with our own minds. That's the governing principle. People who think that's the ultimate level of reality are there. Oh, by the way, we finish this one? So, number 2, knowing. People who think the ultimate level of reality is mind turning around from the physical senses to experience itself as reality itself, the greatest experience, the truth of reality. Taoism. There is a worldview that takes the ultimate experience and the model of beauty and justice as the ultimate. That's the self. You turn around and you experience yourself and say, that's me. Of course it's me. There can't be an experience higher than that. This must be the ultimate, and you're right. It is you. And there isn't a greater experience of you. Hang on a second. Who's experiencing it? That's why you need understanding to go to number 1, the self. So understanding is necessary to apply to knowing to reach the self. To go beyond most Eastern spirituality that takes like Taoism. Now there are those that say, well, I don't think Taoism is real because there is no ultimate reality. I haven't experienced it, and I haven't heard about anyone experiencing it. So, isms. It's still a model in the mind, but it's not in reality. It's something we just invent. Okay? There are those that oppose understanding. If understanding is the use of knowledge to benefit others, self to others, the opposite of that is to harm others. The world is a battleground between the forces of good versus the forces of bad. Never shall they interact. Lost my mouse. Where'd my mouse go away? Is it? Oh no. Hold on. Okay, I've got to take a quick break to fix my mouse. Back. All right, so this is called there's a fundamental disconnect. This is the Abrahamic religions, sometimes called Zoroastrian. The rejection of understanding. If understanding is the literal art we're here to master, that is necessary for benefiting, for helping people, the Abrahamic religions are the most dangerous kind of false belief, also called Zoroastrian. To think that there is a fundamental disconnect. There are certain people who are just bad, actually, and you can't providence, you can't help them. You just blow them up. The most dangerous worldview is the seventh. There is a functioning of mind. Notice we've got mind itself and its functioning, definition and demonstration. There is a functioning, but it's to harm people who are bad. That's the seventh. Now we're back now we're at the lower one. We're in the physical world again. The lowest. So by the way, image thinking. So we have, that's thinking you're other than the self. There is a reality, or there is a self, there is a knowingness, but we cannot touch it. It's called strict dualism. We can never know God. Right? Now, you could see that as, well, we are just parts. We cannot connect to the whole. But what if there was someone who said there aren't even parts? That's nihilism. There are not even parts in the physical world. Even parts are delusion. Nothing is nothing. Nothing is anything. It's all the matrix. The matrix. Nihilism. Now, you might say, well, there are parts to the physical world, but there are no wholes. We are all just stuff. Billiard balls in space. That's our friend in chat. Materialism. There are material parts, so we're in the physical world of parts. There's no higher mind, so we're not in 2, 3, 6, or 7. But there isn't even a way of coming together as a whole. Believers say, well, we can come together as a whole by singing Kumbaya to Jesus. Then the Spirit will lift our hearts. Even that's stupid. There aren't wholes. Materialism or reductionism. Reducing everything to its components. Reductionism. We're all just chemicals. There are no importance to dreams. There is no higher mind. There is no inherent logos. We're all just stupid chemicals doing stupid chemical stuff. Beauty is just chemicals. Love is just serotonin. A Rembrandt is just $5 of paint on a $10 canvas and nothing more. So we can see, if all of these are the stages of self that we are supposed to be moving from, because whether you like it or not, you do have a belief about self and reality. You do have a belief about self, number one, and reality. But so long as it's a belief for, you are going to be in ignorance. We can extend these 5 cognitive functions into 9 or 10 with the pathologos as the ruling term over all these other ones. And we can say the kinds of false beliefs that we have can be a rejection of parts, nihilism, can be a rejection of wholes, materialism, we're all just chemicals or billiard balls in space, could be a rejection of understanding. There is no understanding. We have to hurt people and kill people and punish people and blow the world up so Jesus comes back and the forces of good can defeat the forces of evil. The most dangerous, why? Because it is an opposition to our necessary good functioning. Because understanding is the functioning of in time that we're here to master. You could reject knowing. There is no knowing of ultimate truth. Communism and Marxism, maybe that's the best. There is no logos. There is no one standard ultimate true model for politics. It's just that guy's opinion and that guy's opinion. Who the fuck do we know? Maybe that guy's wrong. Who do I know? You pick a team. That's stupid. Progressivism means to progress along an intelligible model to an ideal. There has to be an ideal. All of these... I have to drop a sound drop.
I want to peg a woman.
Emma wants to peg a woman. And now we just change screens because my thing is...
No boob, no view. No boob, no view.
Stop chanting that in my stream.
Shut up for a second, please.
There we go. It's back. So the kinds of pathologos we can have would be the kinds of false beliefs that prevent our development through this, the kinds of false beliefs that keep us other from the self or disconnected beliefs and image thinking are these. But notice, you're not just in one. Our friend in chat said, seems to be most in the materialism worldview. Number 8. But maybe sometimes he thinks there might be a higher meaning. But the universe is uncaring, so maybe in 5. Or maybe we should fight for socialism and communism. 6. So not only are we supposed to be moving through these 5 cognitive functions from belief and image thinking, which is why we're reading the book, to free ourselves from the binds of belief, but also we could say we have to recognize the 5 categories or the 4 categories and the primary term of false beliefs that oppose any one of these stages. That prevent us from crossing the green line. The kinds of beliefs and image thinking that prevent our development. So the kinds of beliefs and image thinking projection would fit in this category. So that would be another activity of the dialectic to diagnose the subject. Oh, that's where you are. By the way, isn't it interesting that your worldview is understandable? You can understand completely that worldview. It has an associated state of mind. There are certain stages of enlightenment it can reach and can't reach. But it also has limitations. So hearing that your worldview is completely understandable, but is also a part within a greater whole, may free you a little bit from the complete attachment and make you more curious. Then we would, after diagnosing, prescribe some activity. Hey, by the way, this is the Parmenides. It's missing the 10th term, the pathologos. That's another reason why we read the orange book we're reading. So if you get into the 8th hypothesis of Parmenides in the Balboa translation, you can learn more about the worldview that you're in. If you see that worldview and understand it, and understand why it has to exist, it's not reality, but it has to have a kind of existence as a reflection through diminishing levels of existence. You've seen what it's there to do. You've seen that it has to exist. You've seen that it actually isn't real, but is in opposition to this. You may be able to move this way or upwards. So in other words, we can map our human development on this. Leading us all the way back to the self via the logos. This is the logos. So that was a big answer to a question asked right at the beginning by our chatter about materialism and empiricism. So, we were talking about analogy, and he said very, very early, he said, yes, that's the problem with materialism. People don't acknowledge analogy, which is the functioning of the mind. Yes, materialism is the 8th. It prevents analogy, the participation of understanding, which is in the category of mind, the metaphysical world or mind. Let's put mind there. Metaphysical world or mind. It prevents the participation in the realm of mind and the activity of mind called understanding, necessary for learning and helping others. Yes, absolutely right. Only we wanted to go a step further and take his insight or intuition and add logos. Again, logos and ousia. Take his ousia or insight or intuition and add logos, so he's got a map to work from. So it's not just a vague opinion or a vague intuition. Materialism prevents the development of mind. Now he can look at this map and say, oh yes, this is why. It's the 8th. It's not yet the 3rd. And he might be able to, and then when I meet someone who's a materialist, I can ask them questions. Hang on a second. Is there a mind? Is there good and bad in the world? Is it not just stuff, but... Or that thing that you reject, a wholeness. Can I have a dialectic with you or a dialogue with you about what you reject? Because each one of these presuppose the existence of the thing that they're rejecting. Hey, by the way, you say we're all just chemicals. How do you know that? Are you using your mind in some way? Is the mind a greater whole? Has the mind ever existed outside the physical body? Are there principles necessary in reality for there to be a material world? Are there principles, laws of thermodynamics and things that happen in the universe? Therefore, before there is an activity along the laws of thermodynamics, must those laws exist prior to their application in the physical world? So there must be some level of mind. Are we participating in it right now? Because we're two different minds, but we're connecting. Not physically. We're not physically connecting, so it's not electrochemicals, but we are both participating in some principle of language. In other words, by our activity as a group, other to other, that very thing that reductionism and materialism rejects, we can point to the thing that they're rejecting Ask them questions. Encourage Usia self-reflection in a safe, supportive way where there's no right and wrong, there's no good and bad, there's no punishment. That's the 7th. We're not doing the 7th, we're doing the 3rd. So the more that you understand this, the more you can participate in this, because you know this isn't trying to clip chimp you or catch you making a mistake so we can fucking pounce on you. That's the 7th. That's the 7th. That's the most dangerous worldview of the 7th. Trying to find how my enemies are bad so I can justify fucking them over for profit, or for pleasure, or for sadism. We're doing the opposite, the very thing it rejects. So we could say, find these Abrahamics. Oh, the world is a battleground between good and evil. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. For the evil to fight in this war, it has to participate in some kind of understanding to marshal its troops. So this thing that you're rejecting has to exist even for evil. By the way, how did you come to this belief? Do you think those who believe in something different also learnt in the similar way you did? In other words, can we understand the origin of what you call bad? Or use understanding to show that evil can't exist? So it's not really good versus bad at all, is it? It's good versus evil. So that's one tip. Inherent in the things that you reject are inherent in your position are the things that defines that position. Inherent in that position are the things it rejects that defines that position. So you could say, hey, here's one way out of your position. We can demonstrate an understanding of that position and show that it's just a stage within a whole. Discovering that your position isn't just something vague that you sense and no one can understand, and coming across someone that you may never have come across in your life that demonstrates understanding can be enough to wake you up out of your slumber, out of your fate, out of your problem, out of your suffering. You may have never met someone who has shown an understanding of your position and shown that it's just a part of a whole. Also, you may never have met a person who has functioned self to other in a good providential way. Everyone that you've met may have been trying to scam you or justify their beliefs or see you only as an object or manipulate you or use you for your body or anything like that. You may never have come across someone who has really listened to you, really paid attention to the words you use, has tried to demonstrate an understanding of your position, and has tried to help you understand your position and even helped you understand a greater position. This may be the first person in your life who has demonstrated that understanding of that kind can exist. That can be a way of waking you up. Or this may be the first time you've ever met someone who the other part of understanding, empathy, care, this level of care can exist. So once again, showing the need for us to master the art of understanding necessarily, philodianoia. To cross the green line and cross the blue line, but also to help those who are stuck in their various pathologos. These would be perhaps the categories of pathologos. The kinds of beliefs. You may never have met anyone who's heard you and understood you. You've never met, that's number one. Never met anyone who's helped you, cared for you, genuinely, your mind and soul, not just your body or what they can get from you. You may never have met someone who's understood your position or understood that there is a whole of all positions. That can wake you up. And maybe even they can recommend a book that you can read together or that you can read and reflect on with the dialectician to help you yourself understand your position. Hi, Chronicle, how are you? I'm great. And that can wake you up as well. and then go through a movement up or across. Or now there are said that there's a cube that can demonstrate the kinds of movements you can make. You can move from the thing that you reject through that dialogue that we talked about to the thing that you've been rejecting. You can move stepwise to the next step up, 8 to 7, or you can move perhaps to the thing that it's a reflection of. Hey, maybe nihilism, just as image thinking is to belief, as understanding is to knowing. If belief is an imitation of knowing, maybe you can jump to the real thing. So all the believers have a potential to jump to the real thing, which is interesting because we're seeing that the pathologos is a false belief about self and reality. Therefore, not only does midwifery lead to a clarity or a freedom or a profound unknowingness from what formerly bound you, but recognizing you had some belief about reality may open you up to directly experiencing reality. Okay, and then we can talk about how the kinds of analogies that are possible, the arithmetic, the geometric, and the harmonic analogies may mathematically represent these three movements. We maybe even go one step further and say, hang on a second. Notice here, if the false is to the true, what's the cause of truth? If ignorance is to wisdom as its imitation or reflection, where does wisdom come from? So in other words, we could say, hang on a second, if you've jumped from belief into knowing, can we create an analogy? Hey, when you believed in Jeebus or Allah or whatever, and you were killing Muslims for Jesus or killing Palestinians for Israel or whatever, or gooning in your magic soaking underpants for Joseph Smith in Mormonism.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
Imagine that life, how difficult you were, it was in that suffering, in that problems, in that fate. When you had that direct experience of knowing, how real was that? How terrible were your false beliefs and pathologos compared to the direct experience? This is the ultimate experience, and your problems caused your worst experience. You can't imagine a greater jump. Imagine now, again, imagination, that kind of difference is analogous to the next jump. The kind of difference between your false beliefs and true knowing is like, analogy, the jump between knowing and the self. That's how different it is. That's how much more profound it is. That's how much challenging and puzzling and doubt-filling it is. And how much more important it is to go from the experience of self to know the self. Or recognize the self. Be the self and show the self from the self. There's our mean analogy we've been talking about today. Going back to this one. So what? So all possible worldviews are understandable via what's inherent to thought itself, the logos and dialectic. We can rank them. What is the loneliest? Nihilism. What is the most dangerous? Abrahamic religions, Zoroastrian, the idea of evil existing. We can understand why people get attached to isms. We can understand the possible movements upwards or to its reflection or to its denial, and maybe even represent them through the three kinds of mean analogies. And we can even use the mean analogy itself to ask the question, hey, if you went from here to here, what's it like to go to the self? To open even people who've had peak experiences, to awaken them to our true purpose. And of course, in our last text, we were looking at the story of Jeebus. Jeebus from the Bible. Heard of this guy, Jeebus? He's from the Bible. People love him, so they say. And they have pictures of him nude in front of their church. Now, we talked about how he had this peak experience, but failed to recognize there might be something beyond, because that requires understanding, and he was very much entrenched in his Jewish beliefs. And you can read the experience, the light experience on the Mount, where he has this experience, and Abraham and Elijah emerged from it. Who do they represent within Judaism? Peter said we should build tabernacles, one for each, all three of you. And Jesus says, and Jesus turned to Peter, and you can read this yourself in the Gospel of Mark, and Jesus says,
"No, Peter, you mustn't tell anyone of what we've just experienced here. No, Peter, do not tell the people, lest they turn around and know the kingdom of God. No, Peter. Just you and me, Peter. That's our little secret, Peter."
That's what he said, and that's how he sounded. I imagine. So, I imagine that's how he sounded. So, check that out for yourself, of course. So what? So we have, what's the time? Oh my goodness. It's a long stream today. So we've seen how the dialectic works for, is necessary for, mastering your own skill, like engineering. Turning your skill into an art by relating the skill logos to the mind logos. It allows you to help people. We saw that's our friend talking about his electrical engineering. We saw how it allowed us to open up the text, to discover puzzles in the text, to help discover and answer puzzles in the text. When we asked their friend, what's the equivalent of interpretation if you're not projecting? We then saw today that we could do a dialectic to demonstrate that all belief is the cause of all problems, not just wacky beliefs or beliefs you are unfamiliar with that you may call fundamentalism, which means different than what I'm used to. Oh, all Abrahamic religions are bad. Not just the fundamentalist ones, because they are the seventh by definition. Also, all beliefs are bad because they are what is used to make the bad seem good, to manipulate people to act against their own interest. We fundamentally, definitionally seek our good. That's why scammers appeal to right-wingers, religious people, and so on. Why Netanyahu appeals to the conservatives, the racists, the religious. I speak for the Jews, says Netanyahu. I speak for the Christians, says Trump. Because beliefs fuck with your head because they're bad. Beliefs, all beliefs. Now, you may not be doing the genocide, but you might be voting for the genocider. You might not believe the slavery stuff in the Bible, but you may sort of suspect women are less than men. There are degrees, of course, but they are all bad. By definition. So we can prove that by defining belief, by showing how it functions, by showing its divisions and coming to conclusions. So we can use it to explain and prove important points or explore meaningful ideas. Together. We demonstrated how it was necessary for the model of spirituality. Necessarily, Philodianoia ticks all the boxes of the yoga, spirituality, but also is necessary to not only have that experience, number one, but to reflect on it, number two. You don't want to have it once and think that's the whole thing. Maybe there is a greater depth to that experience and integration of that experience. You don't want to use that experience to say, well, I experienced Allah, I experienced Mary, or, justify the false beliefs you carry. But also, Philodianoia is necessary to reflect on that, or solve our problems. That's midwifery. Famously, religions full of problems. Eastern spirituality, the archetype of the drunken sage. Master Roshi from Dragon Ball Z. The gambling sage. Hokage Tsunade from Naruto. The pervy master. Every anime. Because having that experience is not the same as solving problems, and also we need it to go beyond the highest experience to the self as well. So it's necessarily the model of all spirituality. We saw it's necessary to, so that we saw the dialectic needed to the model of all worldviews, all possible worldviews, to rank them. They're not all equal. Nihilism sucks and isn't true. Zoroastrian or Abrahamic sucks and is the fucking most dangerous one. They're not all equal. They're different. Worldviews. The model of worldviews, you use the dialectic to gain that model. And then we also saw how we use the dialectic to help people move through those worldviews, which is the functioning of providence, genuine, intelligent care, providence. Benefit. To be like the divine. So these are all activities of the dialectic. It's needed to master your own individual interest or skill or interest. As you can use it, as our friend was doing, you can use it analogously to talk about the logos itself, to turn it into an art, to lead people to this, or use it to help them develop into a wrist. by taking the skill and referring it to the mind logos that it's participating in. To discover and answer puzzles in the texts. To explain and prove important points. That belief is the cause of all human problems. Not because it's my belief, because it always will be and always is. It has to be. Explore meaningful ideas together. So that would be the... Before we can demonstrate that dialectic on why belief is necessary and causal to all human problems, we have to explore it together within that structure. And then we can go out and share it with our friends. It's the model of spirituality in all yogas, or meditations and yogas. It's the model of all possible worldviews. Hey, I believe we should all do this. Well, I believe we should do that. Let's just fight each other, and whoever gets the biggest kills wins. Fuck off. You don't have to do that anymore. Violence is the abandonment of the intelligible. This is the intelligible. All worldviews can fit within this model. The dialectic. To help people move through those worldviews, as we saw, and we hinted at the cube and the different kinds of jumps and how we could even represent those jumps within the kinds of analogy that we participate in. Again, analogy and dialectic go hand in hand. We also saw we need a shared text to look at to learn the extremes. Pierre Grimes, as master of the Pathologos that we want to master, he has the Orange Sutra, the book that we're reading, the Orange Sutra book, that we can focus on as a student. So he creates this, and then we can look to the book. Us. So we have a shared, a mean term that we can focus on. So let's remember the two things that we have, ousia and logos. We can ousia, turn our mind to. Let's do this. Let's go yellow, hey? Let's do a sound drop.
I'm just thinking about being hot.
Emma is gooning away there in the corner.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
What's the oracle up to?
I think you're a babe.
Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting that. Oh my stars.
Come on, baby.
Come on, baby.
What if aliens are angels or something? What the hell does that mean?
Then we have Mr. Brown wondering what it means if aliens are angels.
I'm not an idiot. That's what keeps you in the Matrix.
The Matrix.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck, don't be in the Matrix. So we have our shared attention on that same mean term. Our focus of mind, or attention, which may be the self. Say attention. There's our ousia. Hang on a second. Ousia is not enough. Many people look at some event, 9/11. Oh, let's all look at this event. One person says, obviously a false flag. Someone says, like all manufacturing consent, killing your own people to justify the killing of others. People say, oh no, it's because evil actually, and Muslims and terrorists, and do a genocide. So it's not just focusing on it. We also need the other thing that we have access to, the A and B buttons of being a human being. We need to both logos it. Not just focus, but logos. Kind of rhymes. Kind of?
Well, you eat bananas, so you're evil.
Oh, I'm not evil for eating a banana. Calm down.
If didn't mean no harm, why you annoy me? I'm squeezing my hog. Can you unban me?
Oh, goodness. Goodness. What happened with my sound drops lately? That wasn't... Why? Oh, my goodness. That sounded like two different drops. And it exported them all together. What was she talking about there? Something happening with my exports. What did she ask? Why was I annoying her and that she's squeezing her hog? I don't know. I apologize for annoying you.
Just like use your brain for a second.
Okay, for a second I will.
I'm not an idiot. That's what keeps you in the
Keeps you in
Matrix.
The Matrix. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna get your ass.
Hey, don't get my ass. So we need the logos as well. So what's the logos? There has to be a shared logos. An activity of the logos that we can both share in. Apply the activity of the dialectic. So there is a structure of thinking itself in the master of the logos, Pierre Grimes, allowing him to create the book. And as we read, we need to discover the puzzles in the text, apply it to our greatest art, understand all the different cognitive functions, understand how we can master the art of moving through cognitive functions, help people, help ourselves, recognize all the possible worldviews and all the sick ones within the pathologos, explain all these important points, say, hey, we need to be fucking teaching this in schools. We all have pathologos and it is the source of all human problems. We should be teaching the beliefs, understanding beliefs and the pathologos from day one. But also there'll be people who will try and learn the pathologos to do more pathologos. So we have to be also keeping an eye out for people who exploit this learning to do more harm. So we need to explain points, explore meaningful ideas, recognize that, hey, we shouldn't just allow people to exploit people through different religions or spiritual traditions. There is a model and a standard. You can't fuck people over just because you're the guru or the pope. Same thing for politics, all worldviews, all spiritual traditions. It's necessary for benefits, so those who want rulership over people need to understand how to use this dialectic to help people. To discover puzzles in the text and answer the puzzles in the text. And finally, all of those things together for us as the extreme, as the ignorant, in a good way, can unite with the wise in our activity of reading. So therefore, we can therefore demonstrate to conclude today, we need the dialectic to read the text. Otherwise, it'll just go. We'll come in and it'll come out. You'll forget it tomorrow. You won't be able to repeat it. You won't be able to use it to explore meaningful ideas. You won't be able to make the case that we should be teaching this at school necessarily. You won't be able to make the case that it's the source of all human problems. You won't be able to make the case that we need to address this to prevent the genocides and death and destruction and suffering in the world. You won't be able to make the case that we need to be teaching it at school. You won't be able to talk about this with your friends over coffee. You won't be able to apply it to understanding dreams. That's something we didn't touch, but we could go into that list. So therefore you won't get the messages from your dreams. And likely it'll go in one ear and go out the other. And what will happen instead is the things that confirm with your beliefs, you may quote the text to justify your belief, as academic philosophers think philosophy is about. But everything else that goes against your beliefs, you will forget. So it will actually do you harm if you don't apply the dialectic to reading the text. Necessarily, as we've demonstrated today. Okay, that's why we read Masters of the Logos. That allows us to properly read and benefit. Because they focus Usia and Logos dialectic to make the text, allowing us to do the same to benefit. So what? So, last episode, we read about a super important chapter. If all human beings have the pathologos that we are here to understand, we just went through a 1, 2, 3 and a bit pages where we broke down the contents and elements of the pathologos. Super important. Perhaps the most important chapter of any book to read. Ever. We want to make sure it just doesn't go out the other ear. Or we don't just use it to confirm our own beliefs and prejudices and problems. Therefore, how do we actually benefit? How do we actually improve? How do we move ourselves up through those cognitive functions and become more like the mind of the author, who's up the top of that table list? We apply the dialectic to this chapter. That's called reading. So, today was a kind of necessary step because it's the second episode back on the new series, but it's necessary to demonstrate what the dialectic is and why it's needed for reading. Because we're not just reading it and brushing past it quickly. We're taking our time to find the necessary elements, pull them out from the text, and arrange them. That's the fun. It's like you wouldn't play a Resident Evil video game and say, oh, look, here's the manual. There are monsters and there are zombies and there are doors and there are keys and there are gems and there are puzzles. Oh, that's nice to know that that exists. I've read the manual. The more manuals I read, the better gamer I am. No, you have to jump in and find the keys, pull the keys out from the text, find the puzzles, solve the puzzles using the game. If there's a gate that needs a key, you can't use a key from Morrowind or something. You can't carry your own beliefs in, that's interpretation. Use the text to find the puzzles of the text and solve the text. So we're just pulling out the key terms, that's all the highlighted stuff. The stuff that jumps out at us as we read anyway, because the book's a fucking amazing masterpiece. So it's already awesome and profound and kicks ass. We already say...
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
We would already scoop the moon in a cup for this book. We would already...
Gargle on my...
No, we wouldn't gargle on your anything.
Boom.
I love that.
Yeah, well, you're a gooner.
Gooners.
We already love it. We already say...
Every smoothie has bananas.
Oh my goodness, with the bananas. Not every smoothie has bananas.
You literally are dumber than children.
All right, maybe.
Slay the puss.
Hey, that's not appropriate. Come on, we're doing philosophy. Emma, you gooner.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos. This freaking guy right here.
Yes. All right. So, we have to pull out these things that already jumped out at us as profound and do something with it. That's the dialectic. That's how we improve. That's how we can repeat it and practice it. That's how we master the art. Till eventually it becomes our way of seeing and functioning providentially in the world, and to mind, once again, allowing us to understand our journey, allowing us to master the art of understanding. Number 3, crossing the green line from pathologos beliefs and all of its variations over here, crossing the green line to understanding, allowing us to master the art of understanding, reach and master knowing, number 2, then put the two together to know and function most providentially through the self. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3!
Thank you, caveman.
Just like use your brain for a second.
That was not on my bingo card.
A caveman agreeing with us with how to understand our 3 levels of the 3 aspects of our mastery and purpose of human beings, meaning of life. It wasn't on Emma's bingo card to have a caveman understand it, right, Emma?
That was not on my bingo card.
It wasn't on her bingo card.
That was the wrong answer. You have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
Also important to realize that everyone who follows along, that applies to you. You are very special.
And she spit on him also.
And she spit on them also. No, not that.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
Yeah, that's you because you just gross and you gooner. Stupid gooner. That's you.
Gooners.
That's you.
What if aliens are angels or something? What the hell does that mean?
All right, so worth doing it early in the series, worth understanding why it's the case, worth giving several different examples of how the dialectic is used and why we need to apply it to the text to the chapters that we will be reading as we finish the text, because we want to walk away with mastery of the very thing that we're here to master. Whatever you have experienced in your multiple reincarnations leading to this one, whatever you've experienced in this current life leading you to this series, it's all been in preparation for this. So we might as well do it and have fun doing it. Playing the game. Beating the Resident Evil and being the T-Virus.
You're beautiful and everybody loves you. Every smoothie has bananas. It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
And we're going to reach a higher sense of being. Right, Emma?
That's so funny.
And it is funny sometimes.
Big shout out to the bad boy of Chinese chess.
Once again, shouting out to the bad boy of Chinese chess. Whoever he is, shout out. Keep doing the chess thing. Hey, let's check in with chat before we go. I don't believe in a deity or divine exists. Yes, so that therefore, recognizing you don't believe in a deity can exist. You'd be in... Well, you are not in 2 or 1 at least. And by the way, formally, now we can take just these 5s and say that, these 5 represent everyone, or we can extend them more fully. So there's 2 ways of looking at this. There's the first 5, which are complete, and extending it. When we extend it, beliefs and image thinking mean something different. Okay? If we're just talking about the first 5, then all beliefs are beliefs. If we are extending out to the whole 9 or 10, then we're saying these are all different beliefs here. So beliefs don't mean all beliefs when we're looking at all 10. This kind of beliefs means we think we're in the realm of if the self is. So if the self is, not if the self doesn't exist. So belief has a specific different meaning when we're looking at 10. That's important to recognize, because we're saying doesn't exist. So if you're saying that you don't think there is a pure consciousness or realm of being or metaphysical dimension, theology, calling it God, is just a metaphor. It's not literal. It's just a story to help talk about it for some people. So if you think there is no metaphysical realm of pure mind that we can experience in our peak experience, or have been experienced by many, many, many people in meditation experiences, in drug experiences, in near-death experiences, in out-of-body experiences, in philosophical experiences, you haven't read the Phaedo to see that it's this experience is the activity of philosophy, and really learn love of learning is what we're doing until you start having these experiences. Fuck, can't remember what it is. Hold. So Socrates calls it philomethesis, the love of learning. If you really love your art, your skill, your hobbies, philomethesis, that can lead you to philosophy. So what we're doing now is more philomethesis. The activity of philosophy, as explained in the Phaedo, which we have read together, and you can check it out on the YouTube, the series on the Phaedo. This stage is philosophy, love of wisdom, because philosophy is wisdom. Philos Sophia, love of wisdom. So it's these two things. And he said, that's still as philomethesis, the love of learning to take you into philosophy, is just the preconditions for philosophy. Philosophy is just the preconditions for philophronesis, crossing the blue line. If you are not familiar with this, it's likely you won't believe it. If you haven't read these books, it's likely completely out of your wheelhouse. If you were born in this part of human history, where there's only myself and maybe one or two other people on the internets, including Pierre Grime, who are talking about this, then you probably never come across this. So of course. So when we, if we are taking all 10, if you think that there is no such thing as a realm of mind or being, and its nous, its knowingness, or there is no self, attention itself, or experiencer of the experiences that don't change as you grow, then you are saying the self doesn't exist. So you're not in any of these categories, you're in one of these. So that's where we start off. Do you think there's such a thing as reality or self? Nope. Okay, then you're in these 5. The 5 kinds of beliefs or worldviews if you think the self doesn't exist. Now, well, we have the word is because this is the self that exists, the self knowing itself. But there is a kind of existence that is beyond existence. That's why we call it the self that is, that doesn't exist. Likewise, the pathologos doesn't exist. So our goal at the end of mastering this text is to be free from something that isn't there. Well, we think is there, so it's a kind of freedom state of being that we're after. Clarity, purity, freedom at the end of mastering the pathologos and freeing ourselves from the pathologos. By the way, every episode, make sure you pay attention to the dreams you have that evening, record them into audio as soon as you wake up, transcribe them through typing it out, or there's some text, there's audio to text programs that do it quickly, and apply the dialectic to your dreams as best you can, helping your friends if you've got someone else in the game, and see what it tells you about what we've done here together. Apply anything that you're learning about midwifery in the dialectic to your dreams. That's how you test every episode that you go through, how you make it your own. You don't just believe it, you test it. Does it help you understand your dreams? That's the most important thing as well to remind everyone as we get going. So, where are we? I don't believe a deity or divine exists. So therefore, you're in these 5. Let's keep reading to see if we can narrow it down further. I see thermodynamics as a pure mover. So, if you think thermodynamics is purely physical, then you're in the 8th. If you think it is an aspect of the laws of mind that you can perceive with your mind, then maybe you're in the 6th. Or you're not just in any, maybe it's a combination of 6 and 8 that you are in. Maybe one more than the other, because we move between them. We're not just in one. It may well be, however, that they are all simply different nouns for the same fundamental process. Oh, did I go back too far? Do we already cover this? Yes, we did, because then it says, how are you? I'm sorry, I've gone back too far. The self is bounded, self-referential process with a hidden skewer-like center, maintained on one side of thermodynamic gradient by continuously dispersing free energy and exporting entropy to its environment. That's the thing present AI gets wrong. The model is the bound organism, and it's basically a honking great learning analogy map, a compressed rational graph for transporting structure between changing terms. Sorry, got called away. The language I'm rusty on, but the underlying logic is universal. I believe an objective reality exists, but we occupy small subjective cuts of it. We relate to it and inhabit it, and we are not the whole. I believe an objective reality exists, okay? So you're not nihilism, but we only occupy subjective cuts of it. So perhaps, and I would ask you more questions, you can't know it and you can't understand it, so you're not in those. We relate to it, inhabit it, but are not the whole. So it does sound like you're an 8. We are parts, there are no, it's sort of a rejection of the whole. We can't participate in the whole. So yeah, once again, falling into the 8. So, if you like, you could find the Balboa translation of Parmenides and start with the 8th hypothesis. It will not make any sense the first time you read it. It'll likely make no sense the second and third time you read it. Stay at it, if you like. But notice, you could have someone who can make an equally valid or logical argument as to why. No, don't use AI. Don't use AI. That's completely circumventing the process. First of all, it won't use the right texts. If the academic philosophers aren't doing philosophy, there's no way in hell AI, who is just aggregating ignorance, can get to it. As we've been saying, no one else is learning this. Very few people are learning this. So you're kind of a pioneer. If you jump into it, kind of a pioneer. But also, it's the activity of applying your mind to a text written by a master. Parmenides gave these, so it's beyond even Socrates. Socrates was in the room. Parmenides wasn't even talking to Socrates when he outlines this. I got my own corpora. No, but still everything I said applies. We've only had a translation of the Parmenides for the last 20 years. Everything else has been garbage. Academics completely get it wrong. So if AI is aggregating from everything else in the world, then of course it's going to be wrong. If you get a system that culminates the opinions of 100 idiots. But the point is, the activity of applying your focus, your attention, your mind, plus your understanding through the dialectic to this text written by a human being who has reached the pinnacle of human excellence brings your mind to reach it. It's the activity. You're not supposed to get it right. You're supposed to be puzzled and get questions. It's like saying, a video game, I'm going to get AI to tell me the answer to what happens when we defeat Lord Voldemort in the Harry Potter game. You're supposed to play the game. Have fun. But language is itself analogy. The meaning isn't in the words themselves. Bullshit. That's bullshit. That doesn't make any sense. Language is an analogy. You can use analogy. Is whole an analogy? Is part an analogy? Or are they fundamental building blocks? Same another? But here's the thing. You don't know. You won't read it until you can admit to yourself, there is someone who knows something I don't. His name is Parmenides. He taught Socrates, the father of Western thought. That's the dialectic. I've helped you out more than anyone has been helped out because I gave you this whole talk today to give you the fundamental structure of the book. I had to read it without this. I'm giving you a step up. If you think there's no meaning in language, you are in the 7th. There is no understanding, or the 8th or the 9th. Absolutely. I can't argue with you because you don't want to learn. Yes, whole is a set of tokens. That's not true. That's not true. I don't care about your opinions because you haven't read the book yet. It's like saying, I haven't read a medical textbook, but let me tell you what medicine is and what vaccines are. That's how MAGA relates to medicine. I am saying, if you want to understand all the worldviews so you can understand your worldview and all the possible worldviews and the limitations of your worldviews, what you can reach, what you can't reach, how it will be causing your problems in this life and in your death and beyond. If you want to know these things, this is the book you need to read. If you want someone to confirm your beliefs, join a cult, join a religion, join a Reddit group. Everyone will confirm your beliefs and you can all be ignorant together. That's not what philosophy is. It's to be on the hero's journey. To be on a quest is to carry a question. If you think you know already, then congratulations, you're not on any sort of a quest. Just as ignorant as everyone else. If you are fortunate enough, how many dialecticians and philosophers are in the world? You'd count them on one hand. If you are fortunate enough to come across one, and if that person was gracious enough to have a 4-hour-long conversation with you, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. But this does demonstrate something. Now, if you do read the Parmenides, read the introduction. Because before Parmenides outlines all of these possible views, you gave a possible view of whole. Whole is a token. As a concept we made up. So maybe you're in here somewhere. There is also an idea that whole is a reflection. There is kind of an idea that there is a whole, but we can't participate in it. There is a kind of an idea that there is no such thing as whole. There is an idea that there are only physical parts, and whole is a construct. There is an idea that there is a whole, but it's engaged in a battle. There's an idea there's a whole, but it has to be a collective series of beliefs that we put together to... There are 10 different ideas of whole. That's the Parmenides. There are 10 different ideas of part. There are 10 different ideas of same, of different, of like, of unlike, of in time, of out of time, of motion, of rest. And a whole bunch of other ones. Those are the terms. The terms stay the same in every single one of them. Your way of making sense of them are what makes it different. You can tell me your one, and that's fine. So long as you recognize, well, I haven't learned all of them. This is just what I grew up with. I want to know the truth because I don't want to be like fascists or MAGA or Nazi or religious people who say, well, this is what I believe and that's the end of it. Not having read the source is not the same as not knowing the concept. Yes, of course it is. You want to know what Parmenides thinks because he is a master of the dialectic. You won't get anything but ignorance from AI. Don't do AI. It's garbage. It's pulling from all these people who don't understand the text. This last hour has been the introduction. Whole, part, same, different. They're the Logos terms. There are 10 possible ways of exploring them. that can be hierarchically arranged in terms of truth and goodness and oneness, or one. His first hypothesis is the truth, the one self. Aristotle says, okay, I don't actually agree, I don't follow, I don't think that's likely. Instead of doing philosophical midwifery on his block to agreeing with the dialectic on the one self, he did something different. So the pathologos isn't in there. There's no 10th hypothesis. We need to add that. Instead, he goes, I will give you all of the other possible worldviews that you can have to show that the first hypothesis is not just likely, it's the only one that can be the true self. Here they are. There are 4 that if the self exists, the direct experience of it, that's enlightenment. Its activity to cause the physical world from the non-physical world, that's also the activity of the dialectician to help people. That's the 3rd, understanding. The 4th is belief, what we have recognized as the source of all human problems. Image thinking, its activity, or to say that there is a self, but we will always be other. Strict dualism. And the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th are all its rejections. There's your introduction. I saved you some tokens on AI. You're welcome. That's the introduction. Now, you want to read the introduction. You might want to read the introduction to it before you get into the actual hypotheses, because Parmenides says something. He says, look, you won't reach the truth of reality unless you learn the dialectic, number 1. But number 2, you could be talking to the greatest philosopher of all time, the greatest dialectician of all time, who can walk you through this individually, step by step, clearly and precisely. But it won't mean fucking shit to you, Socrates, if you already believe you can't know anything. If you believe you can't know the truth, then the dialectic on how you come to know the truth won't mean shit to you, because you can't understand your way out of your false beliefs. Or as the Oracle tells us,
people don't logic their way.
Into stupid positions, they stupid their way into stupid positions.
you didn't logic your way into your beliefs because you haven't learnt the dialectic and logos. At no point have you ever been in the presence of a teacher to actually logic yourself into an understanding of self and reality. Therefore,
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
you could be talking to the greatest dialectician on the planet, but you won't change your mind. Doesn't matter how many credentials I point to, or how many years I've been in the game, or how I've just demonstrated. If you think you know better, and you do, it will fall on deaf ears.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
I can't reason you out of your ignorant position. I can't. You will fight me tooth and nail, and you won't change your mind. You will walk away more entrenched in your ignorance. That's why we have to read the Orange Book. As Parmenides says to Socrates, so too I say to you. I can point to what you need to do it, but if you believe you can't know, number 2, you can't understand, number 3, and there's no such thing as a self, 1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3.
you will be fucked anyway. You won't do it. You won't apply the dialectic to it. You'll fuck it off and you'll do whatever else. And you'll die with that ignorance, and it will cause you to have a certain negative kind of death, negative kind of reincarnation, if you're lucky. That's the pathologos. What Socrates is pointing out that he didn't, what Plato didn't put on that word, that Parmenides said to Socrates, is the pathologos. The pathologos The false beliefs we carry about self and reality from childhood are more powerful than the logos. Even these peak experiences, more powerful. It is the most powerful force in the physical world, which is why it's the cause of all human problems, which is why human history is soaked in blood. The same force that has caused Israelites to genocide Palestinians, the same force that have caused Christians to murder heathens, or Muslims to murder infidels, or Jews to murder Goyim, or MAGA to murder immigrants, or Nazis to murder Jews. That same force is in your soul now. That's the importance of reading the Orange Book. It's the same thing. That's why it's understandable. It's the same principle. It's the same structure. It's understandable. And that's why we need to teach this at school. It's the same thing. You're a human being. Do you think the laws of humanity don't apply to you? You don't think you would be a Nazi or you would be a whatever if you were born in that family? Of course you would be. It's not about demonizing people. That's the seventh. It's not about blame and shame. That's the seventh. It's about having the maturity and integrity to realize I'm a human being, therefore I must have the human problem. What's mature, what's integrity, what's character is recognizing that and doing something about it. In spite of the pathologo saying, I know better. I haven't read the book, but I'm a fucking genius. I haven't spent 3 decades in this, but I know fucking better. That's the pathologos. It's not you. It's a voice of someone you believed when you were growing up. And what we have to do is recognize, well, the words of Parmenides to Socrates. You won't read the book. You won't listen to me, or Parmenides, or Socrates, or Pierre. Because as the oracle tells us,
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
there is nothing I can say in a rational conversation that will change your mind. Nothing. Yeah, look, you can reject all you want, but you don't know yet. Keep your rejections, keep them as hypotheses. Don't throw them out, but see how they stand up to actually reading the book for yourself and testing it. How do you know if you don't try? Maybe they turn out. Maybe you're proven right. Maybe they don't. Maybe you can improve them. Don't throw them out, but keep an open mind. But here's the point, and we're going back. This is for everyone now. That applies to everything I just said. Wasn't to our chatter. It was to every single human being. Every single being, every single person who will ever come across these, the series, this text, every single human being who will live and who does live and who will live or whatever. What we just said applies.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
You can't reason people out of their beliefs if it's their pathologos. In other words, we talked for 4 hours? We made a lot of progress. We explored ideas together with understanding until you hit your brick wall. If the brick wall is the pathologos, you can't go further. That's it. It's your limit. Now, if you're in the game that we're in this channel, you take notes about the brick wall. What words do you use? What does it feel like? What's your state of mind? Logos and ousia. What images come up? Who does it sound like? Do you remember it in the past? Take notes about the block when you hit it. Because once you start to collect a whole bunch of notes, you'll start to notice themes. Once you notice themes, of a problem or a brick wall that you've hit, you may be ready for a midwife talk. You can't reason yourself out of your false beliefs, but you can midwife yourself out of them. So, as we said, the same force that is the cause of all human suffering, bloodshed, genocide, sadism, is in all of us, the pathologos. That's the significance of recognizing that with maturity and reading this book. It's the significance of reading this book in this new way, applying the dialectic to it to nail it down in our understanding. Because, well, as Parmenides says, even the best dialecticians ain't going to help you if you are not at the same time addressing your pathologos. Can't do one without the other. So that's the stakes. Ain't no one changing, ain't no one growing, ain't no one evolving, ain't no one solving the human problems unless we read this book and master it. Individually, in your relationships, in society, and as a race. So, we've demonstrated why we need to apply the dialectic to it. And then at the end, we demonstrated the stakes. Our friend won't go through philosophy, won't reach peak experiences of enlightenment, won't go through to know the self, and won't be able to help others unless he sticks with this and practices the same dialectics we applied to this text to understand the pathologos, to understand the contents and elements of the pathologos that is the root cause of all human problems, including and especially what blocks us from mastering the Parmenides. So, one more analogy. As Parmenides said to Socrates, hey, you got to learn the dialectic, which is why we read the logos texts we read, but you also have to be doing philosophical midwifery. Otherwise, falls on deaf ears. So that's the stakes of our book. That's the stakes. This is why it's called the Orange Sutra. And that's why next episode we are going to go through this first chapter and see if we can create our own dialectics. See if there's enough specific material that we can pull out and arrange into the dialectic structure to make it our own, to make it understanding, to make it usable, so that we can apply it to ourselves, to benefit, and secondarily to others as well. Well, to master the art of dialectic ourselves and midwifery, and free us from the blocks that keep us attached savagely, ignorantly, NPC-likely, zombie-like attachment to our ignorance as though it's truth. Both in this life, to benefit both in this life and beyond. So, that's the dialectic. And that's how we need to apply it to reading. Both the Parmenides and the other logos text, and also this. So that's what we'll be doing next time. So worth pointing out at the start, episode 2, of why that's the case, but also worth that extra bit at the end. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for being honest. It's worth that angry rant. It wasn't angry. It was passionate, forceful. I'm not angry. I'm not angry that I can't reason you out of your problems. That's your problems. I don't care. And it's a principle of reality. But it is worth emphasizing. Just as loud as the fascists on Fox News scream their pathologos ignorance, so too must we be as loud to scream the truth about the necessity for applying the dialectic that we've been learning in the logos reading to this book on midwifery, so we can both understand and experience the truth of self and reality and free ourselves from what blocks us, the false beliefs about self and reality. That's our human purpose. That's the meaning of life. That's why it needs to be taught in all schools. And that's why those who are new to the game are pioneers. They are the first Jedis. The first, what's Harry Potter? Wizards. The first, What's another hero's journey thing? They are the first Lords of the Rings. They are the first hobbits. That doesn't sound very good.
No boob, no view. No boob,
Oh my
no
goodness.
view.
Stop talking about my boobs.
Just shut up.
Calm down.
You literally are dumber than children.
Oh my god. Oh, we need to protect people, and everything's a threat to the safety of people. Also blow everyone up all the time.
Yes, those people who say that. We have to protect everyone and safety is so important, but we have to blow everyone up all the time. As loudly as they announce that ignorance, the pathologos at its root, so too must we are passionately and loudly at times make the case we made today. To encourage you, pioneers, the first Jedis or whatever, the first people through the wall or whatever they say, in a good way. You have the most fun. If you can find others with a good heart and good head to join this game, you can have the best kind of relationships. And, well, give birth to works that will rival Homer and Hesiod, in the words of Socrates' teacher Diotima. So, that's what we'll be doing from henceforth, seeing if we can apply the dialectic to what we're reading to nail it down in our own understanding. But also try and do the same with your dreams tonight. It will give you your specific instruction and guidance on your specific pathologos and your specific logos. Help you in your understanding and help you remove your beliefs. That's the two games that we're in. The two aspects of the game we're in. Logos and pathologos. One activity. Philodianoia. The new age of man. Thank you for joining me. There is no PDF to the text. I have not yet found a PDF online. If you find one, please let me know. If you want to donate to the channel, there is a link below. You can follow on the Discord. You get a notification when we go live. Thank you so much. Big episode today. You've been looking... Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've been looking too. Couldn't find anything. The texts are kind of expensive, but worth it. I mean, literally, everyone should have it. I mean, we don't have to make that case anymore. It's pretty obvious that everyone should be doing this. But thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for being honest, and thank you for telling the truth, and thank you for sticking around despite the passionate words that I was sharing. If you were a lesser person, you would have had 1,000 excuses to run away at any time. So big ups to you.
And she spit on him also.
And she spit on them. Wait a minute, no one spit on anyone.
Goon.
And that's what we want to do. We build our courage and character to follow the path of the logos no matter what our beliefs or pathologos say. Stay in the game. That's it. Above all, stay in the game. Above all, keep the relationship alive, keep the conversation going, keep the dialectic happening. Whatever else happens, that's the game. Nothing wrong with being passionate. I've been trying to steelman the whole thing. I don't know your nouns, but I think I got the operator. Yes, I appreciate that too. Yes. That's right. It's not personal. You're steelmanning your argument, and also I'm sometimes as we are talking to each other personally, we do follow a different structure where it's supportive and, you know, patient. And what do you like when we were exploring the specific word and the analogy? That wasn't the ideas in general. That was you exploring a puzzle, and that was safe and no thought of blame or shame or punishment or anything like that. Nor is there when we explore ideas. But when we're exploring ideas, we're kind of, it's different to midwifery or the personal dialectic. Now, one may lead you into the other. Like, oh yeah, you know what? I still manned the argument that there is no truth or everything is relative or anything like that, but I still kind of think it, but I'm open enough to try the other thing. So I'm going to give the other game a shot and get into some reading, find a puzzle, see where I'm blocked, look for that block, take notes about that block. After a little while, I'll notice a pattern and maybe even record a dream. And I can use that collection of, hey, maybe I notice, hey, whenever I talk to a pretty girl, or whenever I try and talk to my boss at work, or whenever I try and do an essay, similar states of mind come up. That's what we're after, a repeating problem. I can take those notes, And ideally, you humans, and ideally, a dream as well, because a dream knows everything. That's your guide. So, I mean, you can, there's only one way of proving that for yourself, but yes, I've recognized the problem. I've done everything I can to solve it, so I'm not coming in thinking I know the answer. I'm coming in with a problem. I know it may take, as we looked in our previous case studies in chapter 5, it may take years to explore the specific problems, and then one problem, and then you overcome that, you can reach a higher goal, overcome that, reach a higher goal, until eventually you realize all of these problems were terms within a class of a single pathologos. That may take a lifetime, may take many lifetimes. Or, especially if you do your dreams, and especially if you find someone to play the game with, you can move very quickly. As Pierre would say, you can move quickly like a thief. But as we read last time, when people start to realize the cause of their problems, sometimes they sabotage their... for dreams, I'm looking squarely at flips or dissipation. Penrose again. Well, dream analysis is the same thing. We are looking to apply the dialectic, to ask questions, to unpack the analogies, to see the structure behind the thinking of our dream master. Allegorically, that's another word for metaphor. Metaphor, simile, allegory. Allegorically represented in our dream. In other words, the same patterns and problems you play out in your pathologos in your everyday world, most dreams are playing that out in a dream world. The only difference is you're not just arguing with your girlfriend, you're arguing with a dragon. You're not just having this argument in the grocery store, you're having it on planet Jupiter. Because every bit of furniture is a metaphor to help you unlock the puzzle. So it's like philosophical midwifery plus. So that's the game. I encourage anyone who has come across this to stay in the game, do their best, keep the conversation alive, no matter how long it takes, no matter what happens to our species, and even beyond this lifetime. However long it takes. And by the way, it's the best game in town. It's the only real game in town. Thank you for joining me. And I'll see you in the next one.